Chapter 288. You dog, you're finally out. Men beat him to death. Lu Junfeng was incomparably arrogant. There weren't many people he was afraid of in the Heaven Sword City. Who was he? The current Prime Minister, Li Wenzong's brother-in-law. Who dared to provoke him? All these years he had been tyrannical in the Heaven Sword City. Relying on Li Wenzong's power, he had committed all sorts of crimes. Just now, he wanted to take out 2 spirit artifacts to auction, but these 2 items were also forcefully snatched by him. Luo Tian frowned slightly. He did not expect Lu Junfeng to really bring people to block him. He could not help but sneer and mutter to himself, "You really don't know what's good for you." Qing Danian was very unhappy. He was extremely unhappy. Luo Tian was his very important guest. Blocking him in front of the Dao Commerce Pavilion shop. Wasn't this slapping his face, slapping the Dao Commerce Pavilion's face? Immediately, Qing Danian's gaze turned cold. He looked at Lu Junfeng playfully and said, "Little brother, do you need my help?" He was furious, but he had to ask Luo Tian for his opinion first. This was a form of respect. Luo Tian laughed lightly and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Chief Steward Cheng. I can still deal with this kind of mongrel dog." Qing Danian's face changed slightly. Not to mention Lu Junfeng's cultivation. Just these brawny men were all at the Profound King realm, and there were 6 of them. These people were just mongrel dogs in front of Luo Tian. Furthermore, Lu Junfeng's strength was at the 6th stage of the Profound King realm. Although he did not like to cultivate, his talent was not bad, and his strength was also very strong. Luo Tian could even deal with these people? He was not even 20 years old. Yet, he could refine pills, forge profound weapon, and even have such a strong cultivation? Was this kid even human? At this moment, Qing Danian had his suspicions, and so did Steward Lu, who was beside him. He suspected that Luo Tian was not a dead opponent. At this moment, Luo Tian had already walked out of the Dao Commerce Pavilion's door. Qing Danian's face darkened and said to Steward Lu beside him, "You go out too, protect him." Steward Lu nodded and disappeared from where he stood. It was unknown when he had reappeared in the crowd, because someone was causing trouble at the entrance of the Dao Trading Court, which was located in a bustling area. The surroundings were immediately filled with people who were watching the show. In the distance, "Hey, there's something interesting over there. Quick, let's go and take a look. It must be fun. Sister you, hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to see it." It was also at this moment. In the shop owner chased Xian Yuan out and scolded, "If you don't want to buy, then don't touch it. You poor bastard. You dare to say that the Xian weapons in my shop are not up to standard. You are the one who is not up to standard. Look at the broken iron sword on your shoulder. You are clearly a country bumpkin. Get out." Xian Yuan, he didn't argue. He walked to the street and saw a crowd of people in the distance. He couldn't help but rush over. In the restaurant, Blind Lu and Feng Lei, the 2 wine barrels, had almost finished all the wine in the restaurant. Wine jars were piled up beside them, and all the customers in the restaurant were looking at the 2 of them. The shopkeeper's face was pale with fright, and he kept saying, "Our shop is out of wine, out of wine. The restaurant across the street has good wine. A lot of good wine. I'll treat you to it." Feng Lei licked the alcohol at the corner of his mouth and laughed. "How satisfying." Blind Lu's face was flushed red as he said, "I haven't felt so good in so many years. This place is out of wine. Let's go next. Today, we must drink all the restaurants in the Heaven Sword City. Ha ha ha." Feng Lei threw down a silver note and walked towards the street with large strides, just in time to see Xian Yuan anxiously walking towards the group of people. Feng Thor's expression tensed up. He thought about the mission that Luo Tian had given him. His heart sank, and he thought to himself, "Crap, I forgot about the task that boss gave me. Blind Lu, you drunkard, hurry up. Something might have happened up ahead." Blind Lu was stunned as well. He muttered to himself, "Today is an auspicious day, so there shouldn't be any problems." but they did not dare to stay any longer as the two of them hurried over. In the dark, Tang Jiu's expression froze for a moment before he ordered someone. Bring the Black Dragon Army over. No matter who it is, if they provoke Luo Tian and any of the others, kill them immediately. Yes, sir. Tang Jiu hurried over as well. Make way, make way. Everyone make way. Water. Water is here. Everyone make way. When the surrounding people heard that it was water, they subconsciously opened up a path. Qin Yu, and Tang Tang held in Chun Chun's hand and walked to the front. They caught sight of Luo Tian immediately, and Chun Chun was about to shout out. However, Lu Junfeng walked up instantly. Waving his fan, he put on a pose that he thought was suave and elegant. He smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat lustful as he said, "Hello, beautiful ladies." His eyes were fixed on Qin Yu's chest. Lu Junfeng's eyeballs were about to pop out as he thought to himself, "Holy F***CK! Your daddy has been in the Heaven Sword City for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful and hot woman. One is hot and the other is pure. If these two were to get on the bed together, it would definitely be great. There are still beautiful women in the Heaven Sword City that I don't know about. These two women are definitely not from the Heaven Sword City. They should be outsiders." Thinking of this, Lu Junfeng felt a sense of superiority. "Beautiful ladies, this must be your first time in the Heaven Sword City. Do you want me to bring you around? I can bring you anywhere. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Tang Tang rolled her eyes at him and said, "Anywhere." Lu Junfeng smiled. "Of course. Just because I'm the brother-in-law of Prime Minister Li Wenzong, I can bring you anywhere in the Heaven Sword City." Tang Tang sneered and said, "Can you bring us to the palace?" Huh. Lu Junfeng's face changed. He looked as if he had suffered a loss, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Tang Tang said with disdain, "A mere prime minister's brother-in-law dares to act cool in front of us. Didn't your parents teach you that it's best to keep a low profile in the Heaven Sword City?" Compared to Tang Tang, Lu Junfeng wasn't even a fart. Lu Junfeng's face was filled with anger. He was extremely unhappy. Qin Yu laughed lightly and said, "Is it your men who surrounded him?" Lu Junfeng laughed complacently again and said, "They are all my family's hired thugs. All of them are experts of the profound king realm. This country bumpkin dares to contradict me in the Heaven Sword City. No one dares to provoke me." Finished. Lu Junfeng wanted to show off in front of Qin Yu, and Tang Tang. So he kept his fan and pointed at Luo Tian with an arrogant look and shouted domineeringly, "You dog, you dare to contradict this young master? Today, I will let you know the consequences of contradicting this young master. Men, attack. Break his legs first and make him kneel in front of me." Qin Yu giggled and said, "You're going to die." Lu Junfeng's face was incomparably pleased with himself and said, "I am indeed going to die. Those who provoke me, Lu Junfeng, will die." Qin Yu laughed even more happily and said, "I mean, you're going to die." When he woke up, he couldn't even lift his hands. "Old cow has been played to death by you guys." On a new day, the recommendation votes came up. The monthly votes, the old cow was blown up again. Chapter 289. What did you say? I'm going to die. Ha ha ha. Who dares to touch me in the Heaven Sword City? You two little bitches have repeatedly angered me. Today, the two of you and this little thing, don't even think about leaving. Tonight, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lu Junfeng was enraged. He laughed lewdly. His laughter was extremely wretched. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze became sinister. He walked forward step by step and said, "I've said it before, if you point your fan at me again, you will die. F***CK. You country bumpkin, who do you think you are? So what if I point at you? I'll point at you. If you want to be arrogant in front of me, then you have to see where this is and who I am." Lu Junfeng said arrogantly. As he spoke, his fan kept pointing at Luo Tian, and he even stretched it forward with all his might. He laughed disdainfully. I'm pointing at you. What can you do? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Luo Tian himself had never been so arrogant before. The surrounding crowd also began to discuss, in low voices. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Lu Junfeng is Prime Minister, Li's brother-in-law. He can't be offended. That's right, hurry up and leave. These two girls are the same. They're still adding fuel to the fire. Don't they know that this is a matter of life and death? Little brother, hurry up and run. Lu Junfeng was tyrannical in this area and could be said to be committing all sorts of crimes. Many people were afraid of him and did not dare to provoke him. Who dared to provoke Li Wenzong's brother-in-law? Furthermore, Li Wenzong had a daughter who was a concubine in the palace, and Lu Junfeng could be said to be a relative of the emperor. With this relationship, no one dared to provoke him, and would usually avoid him. Hearing these voices, Lu Junfeng became even more complacent. The expression on his face became even more arrogant than before, and said in disdain, The people who dared to provoke me in the Heaven Sword City area have yet to make a move. You brat a country bumpkin, before the word turtle could be said. Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Lu Junfeng and threw a punch out. He coldly shouted, Bastard, your whole family's turtle, F***CK. He immediately cursed. Luo Tian was not a saint. He had emotions. When he was unhappy and angry, he would also scold people. He was just an otaku who had transmigrated from Earth. When he was unhappy, he would swear one sentence after another, because he was unhappy now, very unhappy. Bang! Lu Junfeng didn't have any reaction at all. With a punch from Luo Tian, he was sent sprawling on the ground. 2 of his teeth fell out, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. A mystic king was so weak? At this moment, Chung Danian suspected that Lu Junfeng's cultivation was not at the mystic king realm at all. How could there be such a weak mystic king expert? He was too weak, so weak that there was no way to explain it. Or was it that Luo Tian was too strong? Just where did this brat come from? He couldn't see clearly. He could not see clearly at all. Chung Danian wanted to see through Luo Tian, but the more he interacted with him, the more he couldn't see through Luo Tian. Lu Junfeng fell to the ground and twitched. His face was pale, and he looked like he was about to die. His eyes stared at Luo Tian. There was not the slightest sound in the surroundings. His mouth was wide open, and he stared at Luo Tian with his mouth agape. His mind was filled with thoughts. What happened just now? Kill him for me, Lu Junfeng said with difficulty. He was incomparably furious in his heart, but the expression on his face was still incomparably arrogant. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes seemed to be spewing flames of anger. You dog, you dare to hit me? I will let your entire family die. Go, kill him, hurry up and kill him. Luo Tian shook his head and sneered, You really don't know what's good for you. Just as he was about to attack again, a huge sword flew down, and a big guy descended from the sky, blocking in front of Luo Tian. With a sweep of the huge sword, he coldly snorted, Try and touch my boss! Xian Guni stood in front of Luo Tian like a Vajra guard. Those who touch my boss will die. A furious roar. A big fatty rushed into the crowd with a destructive aura and stood on the other side of Luo Tian. He said with incomparable ferocity, Who the F***CK is it that dared to provoke my boss? I will kill him. And me. Blind Lu was wearing a pair of slippers as he walked over, holding an arrow in front of him. Suddenly, 2 fierce generals appeared, and one, Blind Lu, who looked a little funny. All of a sudden, Lu Junfeng frowned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched, and he coldly shouted, You want to compete with me in terms of numbers? Fine, I will let you know what it means to have more people. It was also at this time 2 rows of Black Dragon legions, guards, rushed over with the power of the black dragon. Lu Juanfeng's face lit up, and he sneered, "You're all dead." As he spoke, Lu Junfeng revealed a fawning expression and said, "Black Dragon Legion's guards, I know your Black Dragon General. I am Prime Minister, Li's brother-in-law. This group of country bumpkins disturbed the security of the Heaven Sword City. Take them all down." The Black Dragon Legion all rushed towards them. Their momentum shook the heavens. Lu Junfeng was incomparably pleased with himself. He pointed his fan at Luo Tian again, and mocked without restraint. "You country bumpkin, give me more people. I'll scare you to death if I call them out. Ha ha ha," before the laughter could fade. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong, because the guards of the Black Dragon Legion surrounded him, and the black steel spears were all pointed at his head. This feeling made him extremely afraid. Lu Juanfeng's face turned pale white. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to provoke the Black Dragon Legion, and said while trembling, "Officers of the Black Dragon Legion, you are mistaken. It's them. It's this group of country bumpkins." The leader bowed to Tang Tang, then looked at Luo Tian and said respectfully, "Prince Consort, do you want to kill him?" "Prince Consort? This kid is Prince Consort." Could it be the person who knocked Nangong Hao down at the peak of the Imperial Palace a few days ago? Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Their expressions all darkened. Lu Juanfeng's heart was dead silent, and he did not dare to look at Luo Tian again. To be able to make the Black Dragon Legion act like this, Luo Tian's identity was definitely not fake. Luo Tian smiled politely and said, "I want to do it myself." "Yes, sir." The commander shouted slightly and said, "Leave." "Huh." As the Black Dragon Legion retreated, Lu Juanfeng's legs went soft. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Spare me. Spare my dog life. I won't dare to do it again." Luo Tian walked forward step by step, walked to Lu Juanfeng's side, squatted down, and laughed sinisterly. "I said that if you point your fan at me again, you will die, but this is not the main reason for your death. The main reason for your death is because you are Li Wenzong's brother-in-law. If not for the Emperor's face, your Li family would have been overturned by me long ago. There's another reason. You have a trace of golden light on your body. You should be a small boss." "Ha!" Luo Tian punched out and shouted, "Explode for me!" It was also at this moment that Chun Chun's body emitted a little bit of holy light and flew into Luo Tian's body. It was very subtle and could not be seen under the sunlight. Chapter 2. Only 8 monthly votes today. Don't tell me none of the brothers have any monthly votes. Come up. Chapter 290. The shadow of the fist covered the sky as it struck down heavily. Bam! Lu Junfeng instantly laid on the ground like a dead dog, no longer making a sound. Dead. It could also be said that it was an instant kill, because this fellow did not use the power of the Profound King to defend himself. He was afraid, extremely afraid, to the point that he forgot to defend himself. In a situation where he was defenseless, Luo Tian's strength could naturally kill him in an instant. At this moment, Luo Tian did not expect Lu Junfeng to drop anything good. After all, he was just a mini-boss, so even if he dropped anything, he wouldn't be able to drop anything. So he did not listen seriously. He only sneered and said disdainfully, "What good things can a piece of trash like you drop?" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lu Junfeng. The reward is 10,000 experience, 2,000 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 7-star sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the 7-star armor. When these 2 notifications sounded, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly shook and his heart trembled. 2 items dropped, and it was a set. This Luo Tian immediately opened the system to check the 2 unparalleled attributes. Item: 7-star sword grade. Spirit weapon. Description: the 7-star sword was forged from the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It was a weapon used by the Seven Stars Great Emperor 10,000 years ago. It contains the power of the seven stars. Description: this sword has 7-star grooves. When 2 grooves are filled, its grade will increase by 1. When the 7-star grooves are filled, it will become a divine artifact. It will possess a trace of the power of the 7 stars Great Emperor. There was nothing special about the sword body. It was a very ordinary sword, but there were 7 grooves on the sword body, just like the grooves used to inlay gems in the game. It was very old, as if it had been there for tens of thousands of years. Luo Tian was secretly happy. Divine artifact F*CK. A divine artifact actually dropped. As long as the power of the Big Dipper was filled up, it would be able to release the power of the 7 stars Great Emperor. This was very awesome. The 7 stars Great Emperor became famous 10,000 years ago. How terrifying was his strength! At this moment, Luo Tian was excited. Then he looked at the 7-star armor. Just like the Big Dipper sword, the Big Dipper armor also needed to be filled with the power of the 7 stars. It could also be upgraded to a divine armor. In other words, both of these items could be considered divine artifacts. Luo Tian couldn't believe his eyes. Previously, when he killed powerful bosses, he hadn't obtained any celestial equipment. Not even spirit-grade equipment had dropped. Now, however, he had obtained 2 celestial equipment. How could he not be excited? These 2 items were obtained by Lu Junfeng after raiding a merchant's house in the south of the city. He didn't know that these 2 items were backup divine artifacts. He only knew that they were spirit artifacts. He didn't have time to appraise them before he entered the Dao Commerce Pavilion to auction them. He didn't expect to meet Luo Tian. It was also because he met Luo Tian. Otherwise, his 2 items would definitely shock the entire Heaven Sword City. It might even attract powerful saints who had not appeared in 10,000 years to come and snatch it. It was a profound weapon used by a 7-star Great Emperor, so the power it contained was extremely powerful. This kind of power was enough to turn the tide of an evenly matched battle. However, he didn't expect that it would fall into Luo Tian's hands now. If not for the system, Luo Tian definitely wouldn't have known that these 2 items were backup divine artifacts. He couldn't tell what was so special about them at all. They were just 2 very ordinary items. If I were to fill the Big Dipper sword and the Big Dipper armor with the power of the stars, that would be quite amazing. Luo Tian laughed slyly, thinking about how the 7-star groove needed the power of the 7 stars to fill it up. He couldn't help but ask, "How do I obtain the power of the 7 stars?" He looked at the item description again. The description did not say how to fill up the groove or how to obtain the power of the 7 stars. This Luo Tian was puzzled. If you don't say anything, then how do I know how to fill them up? Do I have to find the 7-star gem? I've been in this world for so long, but I've never heard of the 7-star gem. Little brother, you are indeed amazing. Defeating Nangong, how, and not showing any weakness in front of Huang Yunjinren. Facing the Cloud Ocean sect, you are not afraid at all. In just a few days, you were able to uproot the northern district that Du Yuansong had controlled for many years, and even made the ancient giant demon kneel down and call him king. You are even more powerful than the human Emperor Hong Wanfu back then. I admire you, I truly admire you. Chung Danian said sincerely. From the moment the Black Dragon Guard called Luo Tian Prince Consort, Chung Danian's heart changed and became even more shocked. All the major events that happened in the Heaven Sword City in the past month were related to him. Even if Chung Danian did not want to know, it would be difficult. And when he said these words, he also sincerely admired him. Of course, if such a person could be included in the Dao Merchant Alliance, if he could establish a friendly relationship with him, then Chifu's side could forget about suppressing him. Even if the vice president came, it would be useless. Chung Danian thought about this in his heart and thought to himself, this person must not be offended. Luo Tian cupped his fists and smiled. Manager Chung, you praise me too much. I am just someone from a small place and have not seen much of the world. That is why I am able to cause so much trouble here. I have become a joke to the people of Heaven Sword City. Manager Cheng, you are too distant. I am too arrogant. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Cheng. Cheng Danian wanted to make friends with him, so he smiled politely. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment. He was thinking about the matter of the Dao Merchant Alliance sending people to capture and Chun. Could this Cheng Danian be a part of it? However, he did not look at Chun, so he should not know who Chun was. If he knew, then this person's acting ability was too good, and he was also very shrewd. Luo Tian smiled and said, Big Brother Cheng. Cheng Danian smiled happily in his heart. At this moment, everyone walked up. The leader of the Black Dragon Guards asked, Prince Consort, what should we do with these Lu Estates hired thugs? Luo Tian looked at them. Seeing their fearful expressions, they did not do anything to him. Furthermore, his current identity was different. He could not bring shame to the great Tang dynasty, and said, They didn't do anything to me, let them go, from now on. Don't help the tiger do evil and bully the common people. Yes. We will leave Heaven's Sword City immediately and never come back. The few of them quickly disappeared into the crowd. Everyone praised Luo Tian loudly. Good Prince Consort, magnanimous and kind-hearted. He's handsome and has a high cultivation. If only I could marry him. Killing that bastard Lu Junfeng and getting rid of an evil person for Heaven Sword City is truly satisfying. Hearing this, Luo Tian could not help but laugh and thought to himself, It feels good to be a good person. Prime Minister's mansion. Li Wenzong was so angry that his face turned red, revealing a fierce look. It's this brat again, I must kill you. Chapter 3. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? Just one is enough to encourage me. Chapter 291. Extra. The mysterious Grandmaster Alchemist has improved the mysterious exploding pill that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It has no side effects and can be used to raise one's realm. Any expert below the profound sage realm can use it. Once the pill enters the body, it can instantly raise one's realm by 2. Extra. The mysterious Great Grandmaster killed the ancient flood dragon and used its blood essence and bones to forge for Xian weapons with the power of the flood dragon. There are only 4 Xian weapons left in this world. This is a rare opportunity. They will be displayed at the auction tomorrow. Extra. Shocking, the first person in history, Grandmaster Alchemist, Grandmaster Blacksmith, and Grandmaster Dual Materials. He is definitely the first person in history. The things that come from his hands are worth having and have a high collection value. Don't you want to have one? There was an overwhelming amount of publicity. The streets and alleys were all about the mysterious exploding pill and the flood dragon's bones. It was even more powerful than in Chun's mother's publicity. In order to suppress Qi Fu, Cheng Danian spared no effort in publicity. He believed, when the news of the mysterious exploding pill and the flood dragon's profound weapon spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. Tomorrow, there would definitely be a scramble. He could definitely suppress Qi Fu. After all, the only thing he could take out was the demon foxwoman. Qi Fu, just you wait. Don't think that you can play with me just because you have the vice president's support. If you want to play with me, you don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. You only know how to play tricks. Humph. Cheng Danian stood in the attic, looking at the bustling street, and laughed happily. Publicity. Everyone, from an 80-year-old man to a 3-year-old child, knew of the overwhelming number of choices, not to mention those martial artists who cultivated. For a time, almost everyone in the city was talking about this matter. Who is so powerful that he can improve the mysterious exploding pill? I'm afraid that this kind of grandmaster can only be found in the immortal sections. Even the alchemists of the immortal sects may not be able to improve it. If they could improve it, they would have done so long ago. This mysterious alchemist must be amazing. Even if he is not from the immortal sex, he is definitely an almighty. Mysterious exploding pill can be taken by anyone below the profound sage realm, and there are no side effects. This is too powerful. Tomorrow, people will definitely fight for it. Hurry up and buy a ticket. Buying tickets? Can you afford the things in the auction? Damn, what do you know? Even if you spent 100,000 gold, you wouldn't be able to see such a sensational scene. Spending 10,000 gold to see such a lively scene is simply worth it. That's right. Hey, wait for me. Wait my ass. Wait until all the tickets are sold out. All the retail stores in the Heaven Sword City were filled with people. In less than an hour, the remaining few thousand tickets were all snatched up. Those who didn't manage to buy tickets went to the Gao family to buy tickets. The price of the tickets had already risen to 80,000 gold per ticket at the headquarters of the Dao Trade Alliance. Chi Fu's fat face looked unhappy. His eyes darkened. Qingdanian, you want to fight with me? Humph, you don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you think that you can make a comeback by coming up with a few improved pills? Then you're underestimating me, Chi Fu. Isn't it just a profound explosion pill? I still have the immortal pills from the immortal sect. With your meager strength, just obediently stay below me. At this moment, someone walked in through the door. He bowed slightly and said, "Head Chief, I've done everything you asked of me. Not a single person was left out from the list of 30 names. I've told you the auction price and transaction time of the little fox girl." The corner of Chi Fu's mouth curled, and he smiled in satisfaction. Very good. The little fox girl could be auctioned for hundreds of millions. The price of the little fox girl could be increased several times. I'd like to see what you're going to use to fight with me. Chi Fu then asked, "Have their private rooms been set up?" That person immediately replied, "Everything is set up. Even a mystique, venerable, rank powerhouse can't resist the netherworld soul-devouring smoke. They'll fall as soon as they smell it. Don't worry, head chief." Chi Fu laughed again. He laughed until his belly shook. The netherworld soul-devouring smoke is an earth-rank knockout agent. I spent 5 million gold to buy this knockout agent. I've prepared it for today. Very good. You've done very well. They've all fallen. Immediately send the little girl to the Sky #1 private room. Put her down immediately. You don't have to worry about anything else, understand? I understand. With that, he quickly retreated. The corner of Chi Fu's mouth curled up and he became sinister. He thought to himself, as long as the vice president extracts the hidden ability of the little girl, I can auction it. By then, no one will be able to shake my position in the Dao Commerce Alliance. You're just a mere Qingdanian and you want to fight with me? I'll kill you. The Grand Chancellor's residence. Inside Li Wenzong's room, Advisor Bai bowed and said respectfully, "Old Master, I've found out everything. That kid will be in the #5 private room tomorrow. Our people happen to be in the #6 private room. Once the order is given, we'll kill them all immediately." Li Wenzong's brows relaxed. He laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Let's see who can save you. Don't think that I won't touch you just because. Your status is different. This time I spent 3,000 upper grade magnetite just to buy your head." Advisor Bai laughed excitedly. He's ranked 18th among the Skynet assassins, a 4th level mystique, venerable, rank powerhouse. No matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to escape death. This time we can avenge young Master Chiu and young Master Lu, but the Emperor, humph! I'm the current Prime Minister. As long as Luo Tian dies, the Emperor won't hold a grudge against me for a dead and useless person. Don't worry, no matter what, I won't be blamed for this. Don't forget, the young master of the Yunhai sect broke his genitals. They hate Luo Tian more than I do. When the time comes, we'll push the blame to those useless people of the Yunhai sect, and we'll be done. Ha ha ha. Li Wenzong laughed excitedly. This time Luo Tian must die. The imperial palace. In the courtyard where Luo Tian was. Yesterday, Luo Tian had used the spiritual herbs he brought from the national treasury to refine some special elixirs. At night, it was as dark as ink. There was not a trace of starlight in the sky. Everything was covered by dark clouds, and the air was somewhat oppressive. In the middle of the hall, Luo Tian frowned and said, "If tomorrow goes well, everything will be fine. If not, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Ninth brother, you and Tang don't show up tomorrow." "No, I don't want to." The two of them refused immediately. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "You know the power of the Tao trade alliance better than I do. I don't want Tang Dynasty to be involved in this. Both of you are not allowed to show up at the auction tomorrow." Before they could say anything, Luo Tian took out a large pile of things and distributed them to everyone. "There's a brocade pouch that I wrote. You can open it when you enter the auction. Rest well tonight. Xianyuan Yi Fatty. Ninth brother, let me borrow your Uncle Chin and Uncle Wang. The four of you follow me." Luo Tian said. Qi knew or could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and did not say anything. The five of them flew towards the direction of the ghost forbidden grounds. Chapter 4. Only one more vote away from being able to add more chapters. Chapter 292. Early morning. The east was a little slower than usual, and the sun was rising. The sunlight was very gentle, with a hint of coldness. On the streets, people were rushing towards the Dao Merchant Auction House in the East City. Today was a big day for many people. For Chengdanian, for Qi Fu as well, for Li Wenzong. For Luo Tian it was also a big day. At the entrance of the imperial city, Qi Niu, Blind Lu, and Chun Chun were waiting anxiously. It was also at this time. Tang Jiu and Tang Tang walked out anxiously. They did not listen to Luo Tian's advice to stay in the palace. Putting aside his identity, Luo Tian was his brother, his friend, and his brother-in-law. No matter what happened, he would always stand by Luo Tian's side. If he could not help Luo Tian in the Heaven Sword City, where else could he help? Originally, Tang Jiu wanted to bring Luo Tian to the Cloud Ocean sect to give him a broader platform. But now, it seemed that the Cloud Ocean sect was too small to support Luo Tian's future. Ever since Luo Tian came to the Heaven Sword City, Tang Jiu had never thought about this matter. After bringing Nangong Hao out, he did not want Luo Tian to go to the Cloud Ocean sect to take a look. It was the same for Tang Tang. She could not watch her man fall into danger. Even if they were to die, they had to die together. So, the two of them did not listen to Luo Tian's words at all and sneaked out early in the morning. Tang Zhanlong did not interfere, which showed that he had already tacitly agreed to it. Perhaps he had already arranged some things before Luo Tian and the others. Stinky, why isn't the hooligan back yet? What did they do last night? They're still not back yet. Don't they know that it's the day of the auction? Tang Tang looked and said. Qi Niuer was equally perplexed as she said, "I wonder what that damned ghost is up to. Why hasn't he appeared even at this time?" And Chun Chun tilted her head and muttered, "Didn't brother Luo Tian tell us last night to open the brocade pouch if he didn't come back in the morning?" "Oh, right. How could I have forgotten about that?" Qi Niuer immediately opened the small package that Luo Tian had given her. There was a letter, some pills, and an exquisite dagger. It was a dagger forged from the bones of some demonic beast. Blind Lu and Chun Chun did the same, after opening the package, and Chun Chun suddenly burst into tears. Mommy, it really is Mommy. No one told her about the news of the demon fox woman being auctioned. Luo Tian had purposely instructed them not to do so. He didn't want Chun Chun to be unhappy, and even more so, he didn't want her to worry. Chun Chun, don't worry. I will definitely save your mother. We've hooked up before. Now that you've grown up, you're not allowed to cry. You have to learn to be strong. There are some things here that I've specially prepared for you. Once you're in danger, you don't have to do anything. Just take these pills. I personally forged this dagger for you. I used the hardest part of the flood dragon's skull to forge it. Moreover, I fused the power of the peak of the 8th rank flood dragon's demon core into it. If you encounter any danger, just use your mind to activate it. Remember, this power is very strong. You must be very careful when using it. Also, here are some profound exploding pellets. Brother Blind Lou, your arrow is really not that good. It's better if you don't stray too far in the future. Here are some black explosion pills, a bone sword, and 2 packages for Tang Tang and Brother Joe. Pass them to them. Take it as me, Luo Tian, thanking them for looking up to me. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Brother Blind Lou, I've asked you to stay because I need your help with something. No matter what, help me stop Yuer and Chun Chun and the Tang siblings. Don't let them enter the auction. If everything goes well, I'll be back soon. If not, I hope you can help me take care of them. Please, what's going on? Is this his last words? Qin Yuer's eyes were about to blur from crying, and Chun Chun was the same. Tears were falling down her cheeks. Tang Tang and Tang Jiu took the packages. Inside were pills and weapons forged from the bones of a flood dragon. All of them were of the upper grade of the spirit level. Each of them had the power of a flood dragon that had cultivated for 10,000 years. Stinky bastard. Bastard, what do you want? Tang Tang stomped her feet angrily. Tang Jiu frowned and said to himself, Brother Luo wants to enter the auction alone. No, we can't let him go alone. I want to go too. I want my mother. I want Brother Luo Tian. Everyone immediately wanted to leave, but Blind Lu blocked them. This was the first time Blind Lu had released his power. He said in a deep voice, I'm sorry. I can't let you go. Although I want to go, the dragon head has instructed me to stop you from entering the auction. Blind Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Blind Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Luo Tian had a premonition that this auction was going to be a disaster, and Chun Chun and the rest must not be put in danger. He had planned this from the beginning. No matter what, he could not let them go. If he let them go despite knowing the danger, wouldn't Luo Tian be a fool? Blind Lu's strength was enough to stop them. This was the reason why Luo Tian let Blind Lu stay. He was the calmest among them. Usually he was like a clown. However, when it came to critical moments, he was absolutely calm. If it were Xianyuan Yi or Feng Lei, they would have led them all to the auction by now. Blind Lu, you, get out of the way. Get out of the way. We can't let Stinky flow. It's dangerous. Blind Lu stood in front of them without moving. His eyes were filled with determination. In Blind Lu's bag there was a small pouch. He had asked him to open it when he could not stop Qin Yu and the rest, Dao Trading Auction House. There was a sea of people at the entrance. There were long queues at the 4 main entrances. Chi Fu stood at a high point and asked calmly, Have those people appeared? Not yet. Inform me immediately if they appear. Understood. Li Wenzong had also sent people to watch the entrance of the auction. He frowned and said, Kid, if you appear today, you're dead meat. Ghost Forbidden Grounds. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5 of them were extremely tired. They were killing the ghost spirits in a frenzy. When they were half dead, they immediately handed them over to Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at the ghost spirit points and thought to himself, soon, just a little more. This auction was not ordinary. Ever since Luo Tian came out of the treasury, he felt that there was a strong killing intent hidden in the calmness of the auction. For this, he wanted to complete the ghost spirit mission. He wanted to become a demon. He wanted to equip the Blood Demon set. Chapter 5. There was only so much to update today. My hands really hurt, and my typing was surprisingly slow. The old cow was really played to death by you guys. If you have monthly votes, comfort the old cow. Chapter 293. Phew, finally made it. Uncle Chin, Uncle Wong, thank you. This is a small gift for me. You must accept it. Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the Dao Trading Auction House. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was slightly out of breath. He had rushed all the way here at top speed, and it was a bit tiring. As he spoke, Luo Tian took out 2 small bottles. Inside were all the improved, profound explosion pills, 5 for each person. Qin Donglai and Wang Jinka took a look at them, and both of them were shocked. Their 4 eyes stared straight at Luo Tian. Improved mysterious explosion pills. Kid, didn't you take them to the auction? Why do you still have so many? You're giving so many at once. How do you expect us to accept them? These 5 mysterious explosion pills are probably worth hundreds of millions. The 2 of them were indeed shocked. Luo Tian took out 5 mysterious explosion pills at once, and this was a bit too much for him to accept. Luo Tian smiled faintly. I can refine as many of these things as I want. You too can take them without worry. If it wasn't for your help last night, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the 5th level of the Mystic King Realm, and I wouldn't have been able to complete. Luo Tian didn't finish a sentence. He was secretly grateful. If it wasn't for the help of these 2 Mystic Ancestor Realm experts, he wouldn't have been able to complete the Undead Demon mission in one night, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Bedevilment Techniques reward. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Wang Jinka directly stuffed the pills into his clothes and grinned. Anyway, this kid is a freak. Let's just accept it. Kid, the auction is about to start. If we don't go in now, it'll be too late. Luo Tian said seriously, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, thank you for your care during this time. We'll go to the auction ourselves. You go back to Ninth Brother's side. He might have something for you to do. Luo Tian really didn't know what would happen at the auction, but Luo Tian didn't want the Tang government to get too involved. Once any country's economy was in trouble, the country would fall into a crisis. The Dao Trade Alliance controlled 1/3 of the trade and wealth of the continent. If the Dao Trade Alliance went all out against the Tang dynasty might fall into a crisis in less than a month. No matter what, Luo Tian didn't want the Tang government to get involved. Chen and Wang didn't notice anything. After hearing Luo Tian's words, they decided it was time to go to the 9th Prince. Immediately, the 2 of them did not stay for long and headed towards the palace. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the towering building that looked like a gymnasium in his previous life. He took a deep breath and asked, Are you ready? Once they step in, it's very likely that they will die. Boss, I've been ready for a long time. Me too. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and said, Okay, once there's danger, if the opponent is too strong, you can run away immediately. Don't worry about wasting the mysterious exploding pellet during the battle. It doesn't matter if you use it all the time. If you are in a desperate situation, you can use the invisible pellet I gave you and run away immediately. Feng Lei and Xian Yuan nodded their heads heavily. The 2 of them thought at the same time, No matter what, we won't abandon the boss, even if we die. Luo Tian saw that there was a ticket scalper in front of him, chuckled and said, You guys wait for me here, I'll be right back. Not long later, Luo Tian took 3 ordinary admission tickets and entered the auction house. I still haven't found them. Could it be that they won't appear? Impossible. Cheng Danian gave them a VIP box gold card. They should have appeared. Chi Fu could not understand, his brows furrowed. Could it be that my plan was leaked? Impossible. Chi Fu immediately denied it. It was also at this time. A staff member from the auction house walked in and said respectfully, Chief Steward Chi, someone has entered VIP box number 5. Chi Fu laughed, laughing very complacently, laughing very excitedly, the corner of his mouth hooked up coldly, and said sinisterly, It's finally here! At the same time, Li Wenzong also received the same news. He was also worried that Luo Tian would not appear. Now that he had appeared, he was relieved and ordered, "Ask Skynet 18 to kill everyone in VIP box number 5. Leave no one alive." "Understood." Advisor Bai retreated hastily. In the auction house there was a sea of people, tens of thousands of spectators. Luo Tian had seen such a big scene on TV. Now that he was in it, he could not help but feel excited, but at the same time he was secretly worried. He said to himself, "I hope everything will go well today. 3 tickets. The 3 of us will sit separately. Don't expose yourself unless it's absolutely necessary." "Yes, boss." Xian, Yuan, Yi, and Feng Lei took their tickets and sat in 2 inconspicuous corners in the south and west respectively. Luo Tian did not sit down, but ran to the toilet to make some slight changes to his face, so that people would not recognize him at first glance. After that he returned to his seat. At this time, the host of the auction had finished his speech of self-praise. "Good. Next, the first item of the annual auction of our Dow trading house." As soon as the host finished speaking, 2 women in coquettish uniforms pushed out a small cart covered with a red cloth. Luo Tian did not pay attention to the cart, but his eyes were fixed on the 2 women in coquettish uniforms. His heart skipped a beat, and he said to himself, "Damn it! The 2 of them still came in. Looks like blind Lu did not stop them. Wow, beauties. This Dow Trading Union is indeed one of the 3 major chambers of commerce. Even the staff are so beautiful. Just these women alone would be worth tens of millions if they were auctioned. Look at that woman's breasts. They're so big. I feel a little impulsive just looking at them. If it were not for their thick and coquettish makeup, more people would be attracted to them. They also deliberately put on thick makeup, so that people would not be able to tell their identities at first glance." The host was slightly shocked, and he said to himself, "When did the staff change? But these 2 women are really much more beautiful than the previous ones. Chief Steward Qi is so thoughtful." Immediately after, the host walked to the side of the cart and said excitedly, "The first item was found in an ancient tomb. It is a space ring. The storage area of this space ring is 100 times that of an ordinary space ring. No matter if you are entering the mountain range to train, mining, digging spirit grass, or even transporting goods, it is very easy." Following that, he said a lot of good things. "The starting price is 100,000, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. The auction begins now." Just as the host finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from the stands in the distance, raised the sign in his hand, and said, "1 million." Almost everyone turned their heads to look at him, thinking in their hearts, "This person is stupid. Force it. It's a new day. Everyone wants to vote for the old cow." Chapter 294. 1 million. As soon as the voice fell, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Is this person an idiot? No matter how good the space ring is, it's only a little bigger. Even if it's a spiritual artifact level space ring, it's not worth 1 million. This person is definitely an idiot. One look and I can tell that he's a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. He can't be joking, right? How can a person like him take out 1 million? I don't believe it. The silent venue was filled with discussions. It wasn't that Luo Tian was an idiot, but that he was a country bumpkin who couldn't take out so much money. The host was also very shocked. Just as he finished speaking, someone made a bid, and he even reported the highest price of a space ring in the auction. It was directly 1 million. This he had the same mentality as the others. He thought that Luo Tian couldn't take out so much money. If he had the money, he wouldn't have gone so far. Even the bidding number was more than 8,000. It could be imagined that this person definitely didn't have any status or money. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Little brother, don't cause trouble. This is the auction of the Dow merchant. If you cause trouble again, our staff will kick you out of the venue." While he was talking, there were a few strong staff members staring at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said with a serious face, "I'm not joking. I'm offering 1 million. Can I bid?" He did need a space ring. He needed it very much. He was at a disadvantage because he didn't have a space ring. If he had a space ring in the Goblin tribe, then he would still be an incomparably powerful tycoon, but he didn't have the space to hold so many demon cores. That was it. In the national treasury, those spirit grass, those black iron, and because he didn't have a space ring. So he had always been full of resentment. He was determined to get the space ring, even if he had to pay 5 million. Everyone was shocked again and laughed out loud. The people around Luo Tian kept a distance from him, as if they were afraid that his brainlessness would be contagious. 2 staff members had already walked up and stood beside Luo Tian. They shouted rudely, "If you dare to make trouble again, I will directly throw you out." Luo Tian sneered and said, "Is this how you treat your guests? I'm rich, but I'm not allowed to buy anything. If you two have the guts, try touching me. See if I don't beat the shit out of you two." Son of a bitch. She was so angry that she finally found something she wanted. Yet, she was being looked down upon in every possible way. She wasn't even allowed to buy something. What was this? As long as the 2 staff members dared to touch him, he would kill him in an instant. The host was also slightly embarrassed. He didn't know how to respond to Luo Tian's words. It was also at this moment. A manager gestured to the host. The host immediately smiled and said, "Okay, 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. Is there anyone else?" 1 million going 3 times. The host picked up the mallet and slammed it down. "Deal. Congratulations to this brother for winning the first item. This item is yours." The host revealed a professional smile and said loudly, "Brother, please come up to the stage and pay the money." "Thank you." Generally speaking, the transactions were carried out at the end. They wouldn't pay the money immediately. Luo Tian was somewhat displeased with the Dao Merchant Auction House's actions. However, he was the only one who was unhappy. Although the people around knew that this was not in accordance with the rules of the auction, no one said a word. They all wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. Luo Tian didn't care. Whether he paid early or late, he had to pay. He couldn't escape. Besides, he didn't know the rules of the auction house. He immediately walked down from his seat. Behind him, the 2 staff members who were disdainful of him just now followed closely. They followed very closely. They were worried that Luo Tian would suddenly run away. If that really happened, they wouldn't hesitate to beat up Luo Tian. To their disappointment, Luo Tian didn't run away. Luo Tian walked up to the stage and said, "About that, I don't have that many gold coins," as soon as these words came out. The host's face immediately became extremely ugly. The crowd below the stage laughed even harder. "What a joke. He's definitely a joke. Ha ha ha. This must be a show made by the Dao Commerce Alliance to liven things up. It's too funny. I'm convinced." All sorts of mocking sounds could be heard. The veins on the foreheads of the 2 brawny men behind Luo Tian bulged, their eyes revealing a fierce light. They stepped onto the stage and were about to punch Luo Tian. It was also at this time Luo Tian took out an attribute demon core from his bosom and said, "I have this thing. I saw your auction's introduction. This thing can also be used as currency, right?" The host suddenly gestured to the 2 brawny men to stop. He took the demon core from Luo Tian's hands and looked at it. He laughed excitedly and said, "Wind attribute demon core. You can. You can, right? Then this ring is mine." Luo Tian picked up the ring and turned to leave. His gaze stopped on the 2 women with heavy makeup and continued to stare at them. Chi knew, or was a little angry. She grinned and shouted, "If you continue to stare at this lady and slash randomly, be careful that I don't dig your eyeballs out." Tang Tang also said fiercely, "You're an idiot, really an idiot. You actually spent so much money to buy a space ring. Is there something wrong with your head? What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll break your dog legs." The 2 women were naturally Chinyu, and Tang Tang. Luo Tian kept looking at them and winked at them, but the 2 women couldn't recognize him at all. Immediately, Luo Tian couldn't stay on the stage for too long. He shook his head and smiled bitterly before walking down the stage. As for the deflated expressions of the people below the stage, Luo Tian didn't even look at them. He just laughed coldly and said in a voice that could be heard by tens of thousands of people in the city, "A bunch of country bumpkins." Everyone's cheeks were burning, as though they had been slapped hard in the face. The tens of thousands of people were stunned and couldn't make a single sound. It hurt. It was very uncomfortable. However, to Luo Tian it was a different feeling. It was great, really great. Who asked them to look down on him? The host was also a little embarrassed, and his face didn't look too good. He reminded himself again in his heart, remember professional ethics. Don't look down on anyone. Everyone here could be rich, strong, or the prince of some country. After a short period of disturbance, the host quickly adjusted his state of mind. After being stunned for a moment, he revealed a professional smile and said, "The space ring just now was sold for a high price of 1 million. That distinguished guest has a good eye. Next up, we'll be auctioning 4 gems. 7-star gem. It comes from the mysterious star Moon Tribe. The starting price is 1 million. Before Luo Tian walked back to his seat, his heart was filled with excitement. He turned around and shouted, "I'll bid 10 million. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards, subscriptions, and support. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 295. Auctions were meant to be a tense and exciting auction, where the bids would be constantly raised and the final hammer strike would be struck. This was what it meant to be an auction. The moment the item was brought out, Luo Tian called for 10 million. How was he going to let others play? How was he going to have fun? Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Where did this guy come from? Looking at his attire, he didn't look like a rich man at all. Or did this guy steal something from a bank yesterday? What was a 7-star gem? If it was money, Luo Tian would know. But now he knew very well that he needed it very much. When he heard the words 7-star gem, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the gem that I need? The 7-star sword and the 7-star armor all need to be filled with it. For gems should be able to raise it to a very high level, right? Immediately, he didn't think much about it and called for a high price of 10 million. As long as it was something that he cared about, he wouldn't be calculative about money. Furthermore, he was a tycoon right now. A mere 10 million was nothing in his eyes. When everyone looked at him, Luo Tian scratched his head and said, "Is this not very good of me? How about this? Can I go back on my word? I'll call for 2,100,000. The host looked at him. Tang Tang and Qin Yu looked at him. Everyone in the venue was looking at him. Not a single one of them moved. They were all looking at him, being stared at by tens of thousands of eyes. Luo Tian really felt a little embarrassed. Eventually he said firmly, "I was wrong just now. I don't have 10 million. I only have 3 million. I'll call for 3 million. 3,500,000. All of a sudden, a man in the front row stood up and looked at Luo Tian in disdain. He snorted, "If you don't have money, don't call out random bids. Country bumpkin, don't think that you can act rich just because you spent 1 million on a piece of trash. Compared to me, you're still too inexperienced." Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. The man was dressed extravagantly. His entire outfit was estimated to be worth more than 300,000. He looked really rich and awesome. When the crowd saw someone stand up, they were elated. That's right. Even if you don't have money, you're still pretending to be rich. Do you really think you're so great? I've seen a lot of nouveau riche like him. He's just trying to attract attention. First, he's just a country bumpkin. He doesn't know how to use the ring he just bought. Raise the price if you have the guts. Of course. Don't you have money? Country bumpkin, why don't you increase the price? Everyone once again ridiculed Luo Tian. The invisible slaps made them very uncomfortable. So at this time, they ruthlessly ridiculed Luo Tian. In their opinion, it was impossible for Luo Tian to take out 10 million yuan. This was a very large number. Ordinary people would not be able to take out such a large sum of money, nor would they use such a large sum of money to buy 4 gems that they did not know how to use. Many people had never even heard of a 7-star gem. As for the Star Moon tribe, they had only seen it in ancient books. As for where it was in the continent, even ghosts did not know. It was a coincidence that the Tao Trade Alliance had obtained these 4 gems. They only found out that these gems came from the Star Moon tribe after a high-level appraiser. As for how to use these gems, very few people knew. However, these gems looked very beautiful. They emitted starlight at night, enough to light up a room. It was much more high-end than any night pearl. Rich people could buy it as a collector's item. The man's face was full of pride. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, he said coldly, "You're just a country bumpkin who wants to compete with me in terms of money. You're too inexperienced. I don't even know the use of these 4 7-star gems. I just can't stand you." "All right, well said. Don't let a country bumpkin ruin the atmosphere of this auction. Good job." Then, the man said proudly, "Host, hurry up and knock the hammer. This country bumpkin can't possibly afford 3,500,000. The host smiled politely. Seeing that Luo Tian did not have any reaction, he concluded that Luo Tian would definitely not be able to afford it. The tribute demon corps just now was definitely to show off. Many people like to spend a high price to bid for the first item to get a good omen, and Luo Tian was definitely that kind of person. In an instant, the host was startled, then said, 3,500,000 going once, 3,500,000 going twice, 3,500,000 going thrice. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?" The host swept his gaze across the audience. The corner of the man's mouth curled up as he turned his head to look at Luo Tian, who did not move at all. He revealed a rather complacent expression and sneered. "Country bumpkin, you want to compete with me in terms of money?" The host raised the mallet and was about to slam it down heavily. Just as he was about to say the words, "successful transaction," Luo Tian suddenly said, "I thought about it and decided to bid 10 million. Boom! Walala! The crowd was once again in an uproar. The man almost fell off his seat. His face was extremely ugly. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "You dog, do you know who I am? If you compete with me, do you believe that I will smash you to death with money?" Luo Tian completely ignored him and said loudly, "Host, I bid 10 million. The man was also furious at being ignored. He glared at Luo Tian and scolded, "You dog, if you don't take out 10 million today, don't even think about leaving here." Luo Tian turned his head to look at the man, chuckled, and said, "What if I take out 10 million today? Are you going to crawl under my crotch? You're courting death." Suddenly, the 2 bodyguards behind the man suddenly stood up. He was wearing a black robe with a badge embroidered on his chest. It was a purple mountain peak. Nanshan sect. Their power was even stronger than the Cloud Sea sect. Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. He stared coldly at the 2 of them and said, "If you have the guts, try it. If you make a move at the auction, I think you will all die." The faces of the 3 changed at the same time. They could not afford to offend the Tao Merchant Alliance. If anyone dared to make a move during the auction, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, they were here for the mysterious exploding pellet. If they were chased out, how would they be able to bid for the mysterious exploding pellet? The host immediately made a move and said with a smile, "Harmony is the most precious thing. Everyone has hurt our harmony. Brother, didn't you just say that you only have 3 million? How did you suddenly have 10 million? Luo Tian giggled and said, "I just wanted to see if anyone would raise the price. It would be fun if someone raised the price. Look, didn't someone raise the price just now and then be slapped back by me? This is interesting. This is cool. I like to slap faces the most. Haha, arrogant. Incomparably arrogant." The man's face turned purple from anger. He was so angry that his teeth creaked. He walked towards Luo Tian step by step. Just one is a monthly ticket. Just one ticket is enough. Chapter 296. Slap his face. He had to slap him hard. It didn't have to be a slap. There were many ways. For example, just now, Luo Tian's 10 million directly slapped the man's face until it was beyond recognition. He was extremely angry and released a strong killing intent as he walked towards Luo Tian step by step. His eyes stared fiercely at Luo Tian as if he wanted to swallow him. Luo Tian's face was full of smiles as he stood there motionlessly. The two bodyguards behind the man quickly walked up and advised in a low voice, "Young master, don't be reckless. This is the Dao trading auction. After the auction accepts, I will kill him with my own hands. Please bear with it for now." Indeed, this was the Dao trading auction. No one could make a move or act recklessly. If they dared to make a move, it would mean that they did not put the Dao Trading Alliance in their eyes. Although the cultivation of these staff members was not high, there were many experts in the dark. They had to ensure that the auction would proceed smoothly. The man said, "Elders, don't worry. I know where I am and what I'm doing. I won't act recklessly." After that, the man stared at Luo Tian with a cold smile as if he was looking at four people. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "I'd like to see how you can take out 10 million. Whether you can take it out or not, you're dead today." The young master of the Southern Mountain sect, Wu Liang. After many people knew his identity, they couldn't help but sneer as they looked at Luo Tian. This kid is dead for sure. Wu Liang is the most valued disciple of the Southern Mountain sect. He became the young sect master in his 30s. It can be seen how strong he is. This kid is showing off his stinky money. Now that he has provoked the Southern Mountain sect, he deserves it. The crowd discussed in low voices. Luo Tian grinned and sneered, "How I take out 10 million has nothing to do with you. Looking at your face, I'll give you a chance." "If I can't take out 10 million, without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, Wu Liang fiercely said, "If you can't take out 10 million, you'll die immediately." Luo Tian smiled again and said, "Then if I can take out 10 million, will you crawl under my crotch? Do you dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, then don't show off in front of your father. Damn Popper, if you have the guts, then raise the price. If you don't dare to raise the price, then scram to the side." Anger. Luo Tian's words were full of provocation. Wu Liang's face was filled with displeasure. Luo Tian's heart was even more displeased. At first, he didn't take it to heart, but this guy actually walked over with an infuriating look. Since this was the case, wouldn't he be making things difficult for himself if he didn't give him 2 slaps? The corner of Wu Liang's eyes twitched crazily. His eyes were about to spit out flames of anger. He shouted in a deep voice, "If you want to bet, then let's bet. Do you think I'll slap a dog like you? All right." Everyone heard it. "Later, I'll make you crawl under my crotch like a dog." Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. He immediately shouted, "Host, get someone to bring the things over. One hand for the money, the other hand for the goods. Hurry up! There's someone here who can't wait to turn into a dog and crawl under my crotch." Wu Liang's face was extremely ugly. He had been suppressing the anger in his heart. The host quickly ordered people to bring the 4 7-star gems up. He also quickly walked up. He had to ensure that the auction would proceed safely. There must be no mistakes. "Take out the money. Your father wants to see how you can take out 10 million. If you can't take it out, then die here with me." Wu Liang shouted ferociously. The 2 elders behind him were also ready to attack. Luo Tian smiled coldly. He looked at the host who was walking up and said with a smile, "Well, can I write an IOU? I'll go home and get it. My family has money, a lot of money. What do you think?" "Ha ha ha, brat, you're dead meat." Wu Liang's face was flushed red. He was extremely excited, and the killing intent on his body was released even more unscrupulously. The host's face also changed slightly. He felt that Luo Tian was playing with him. He couldn't help but say angrily, "This auction only accepts face-to-face transactions. This Brett really has no money. Damn, I thought he was really rich. I didn't expect him to be playing with us. If you don't have money, then why are you still pretending? You still dare to be arrogant in front of the young master of the Southern Mountain sect. You're simply courting death." Wu Liang became excited and shouted in a heavy voice, "Brat, go to hell!" As soon as his voice faded, a fist carrying a powerful force rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian took out some money from his bosom and suddenly laughed. I just remembered that I still have money on me. Do you think this is enough?" While they were talking, Luo Tian took out 10 Attribute Demon Core S from his bosom and handed them over to the supporter. It was also at this moment Wu Liang's face once again became incomparably ugly. This time, a few more slaps landed on his face. It was burning hot and very unpleasant. He had been completely tricked by Luo Tian. Immediately, he did not retract his fist. Instead, his strength became even more violent as he shouted in his heart, "Die!" In the blink of an eye, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold, and he said playfully, "You've lost, now crawl under my crotch." Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "9 dragons and 9 elephants, level 4 berserk, come out!" Buzz! With the power of a dragon and an elephant supporting his body, the attribute power of the 4th level berserk was stimulated by 16 times. The aura on Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and before Wu Liang's fist could land, his fist had already smashed forward. Bam! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Wu Liang instantly laid on the ground like a dead dog. His body was twitching, and he couldn't even let out a scream. Luo Tian grinned, spat on his body, and scolded, "F***CK, you're so cheap in front of lousy, you're courting death." As he spoke, he opened his legs and directly stepped over Wu Liang's body, then laughed. "If you agree to bet, you must admit defeat. You have already crawled under my crotch, ha ha ha. Nanshan sect, dog shit." It was a complete mess. Everyone around was stunned by Luo Tian. Wu Liang, the young master of the Nanshan sect, was knocked down in an instant. Who the hell was this person? The host's mouth was wide open as he looked at Luo Tian in disbelief. Then he looked at the 10 Attribute Demon Core in his hand and swallowed a mouthful of air as he thought to himself, What exactly is the background of this kid? Luo Tian swept his gaze across the audience and said disdainfully, "Don't think that you're amazing just because you have some money. Don't King look down on people." Another 2 slaps landed on those people's faces. It was burning hot, and it was quite uncomfortable. The 2 elders of the Nanshan sect were on the verge of going berserk, their bodies erupting with an incomparably violent aura. However, Luo Tian revealed a look of fear. He took the 4 7-star gems from the staff and said to the host in a despicable manner, "They want to hit me. Don't tell me that your Dao Commerce Alliance doesn't care." What a cheap look. And after he finished speaking, Luo Tian had already jumped far away, his heart secretly excited. With the 7-star gems in hand, should I upgrade the 7-star sword or the 7-star armor? Chapter 297. Anger soared to the heavens. The 2 elders of the Southern Mountains sect wished that they could tear Luo Tian into pieces and cut off his flesh piece by piece. However, in the end, they helped Wu Liang back to his seat. When they turned around, they glared fiercely at Luo Tian, as if to say, "Brat, when the auction is over, you're dead meat." They wanted to be angry. They wanted to kill Luo Tian, but their minds were much clearer than Wu Liang's. This was the Dao trading auction. The consequence of making a move here was that none of them would be able to leave the venue. The reason why no one stopped Luo Tian from attacking was because Wu Liang attacked first. He was only defending himself, so no one from the Dao Trading Alliance would touch him. Luo Tian returned to his seat and did not even look at them. Instead, his eyes slightly sank, as if he had fallen asleep. At this moment, he did not have the mood to care about the Southern Mountain sect, or what bullshit young sect master. Right now, he was only thinking about one question. Should he upgrade the 7-star sword or the 7-star armor? Just as he was thinking about this question, the auction continued. Luo Tian did not bid again. However, every time someone bid, they would look at Luo Tian behind them, as if they were afraid. No one knew where this brat came from, but someone who could casually take out more than 10 demon cores with no attributes was definitely not simple. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, everyone's hearts couldn't help but relax slightly. When they thought of the scene where Luo Tian knocked Wu Liang down with a single punch, their hearts trembled slightly. With lingering fear in their hearts, they no longer dared to ridicule him. 7-star sword. The 4 7-star gems must be placed on one item. 2 of them can upgrade the 7-star sword to a heaven-ranked profound weapon. In the same situation, the 7-star armor can also be upgraded to a heaven-ranked armor. How should I choose? Luo Tian really didn't know what to do for a moment, because he didn't know what kind of enemies he would face next, or what kind of difficulties he would face. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, and that was that the 4 7-star gems must be placed on one item. There was no doubt about that. After pondering for a long time, Luo Tian made up his mind and filled the 7-star armor with all 4 7-star gems. He still had the blood-sucking broadsword in his hand, so he was not in a hurry to change his weapon. Furthermore, his current cultivation was not that strong. If he were to encounter a mystique, venerable rank powerhouse, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. The 7-star armored vest could increase his chances of survival. He was still alive. Everything had a chance. If he lost his life, there would be nothing left. With this in mind, Luo Tian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately opened the system and began to fill in the data. Buzz. 7-star gem embedded successfully. Buzz. The 7-star gem has been successfully embedded. The 7-star armor has been upgraded to an Earth-ranked armor. Buzz. The 7-star gem has been successfully embedded. The 7-star armor has been upgraded to a Heaven-tier armor. Will you equip it? They were all successful. Luo Tian was greatly surprised by the 100% success rate. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that I'm so lucky that I can succeed twice in a row? But I succeeded 4 times in a row. Just how awesome is my luck? He was very surprised. Luo Tian, who had played countless online games, knew very well that the success rate of embedding gems was very low. Many players spent money crazily. It was impossible to improve the attributes of a piece of equipment without hundreds of gems. After 4 successes, the 7-star armor had been upgraded to a Heaven-tier armor. At the moment of success, Luo Tian faintly felt that there was a wisp of the 7-star emperor's power flowing on the 7-star armor. It was very strong, as if the power of the entire star was inside. His heart was faintly excited. However, he did not equip it immediately. Once this kind of magic treasure was worn, it would emit waves of divine light. At a glance, one would be able to tell that there was something good on him. Luo Tian was very clear about this kind of thing. The moment Luo Tian embedded the gem, a little bit of holy light flashed in a corner of the venue. It was very slight. It was so slight that no one noticed it. Only blind Lu, who was at the side, frowned. Looking at Chen Chun, who was dressed as a plush doll beside him, his heart skipped a beat, but he did not think too much about it. At this moment, the host at the beginning was suddenly replaced. Chung Danian walked up directly with a face full of excitement. Many people's expressions immediately changed when they saw him appear. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Ancient, flood dragon Xian weapon. Black explosion pill. We are determined to get these 2 things. We must get them. It's finally time for the good stuff to appear. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get at least 1 black explosion pill. They all knew very well why Cheng Danian appeared. For the warriors in the venue, they only had one goal, the Black Explosion Pill. The Southern Mountains sect came for the Black Explosion Pill. So did the Snow City of the Northern Kingdom. So did the Southern Barbarian sect. So did the Heavenly Star sect. Many, many big forces and sects came for the Black Explosion Pill. Cheng Danian walked onto the stage, smiled gently, and said, "Next, I will host. I believe everyone knows that as warriors, they are pursuing the Supreme Saint realm all their lives. But most people are stuck at a certain stage, and it is difficult for them to improve. Today, the mysterious alchemy grandmaster has appeared. He improved the Black Explosion Pill that has been passed down for 10,000 years with the power of an almighty. It no longer has any side effects, and it is no longer restricted by the mystique venerable rank. Instead, it is restricted to the Tao profound saint realm. This is the greatest breakthrough in 10,000 years. This makes those warriors who are stuck at the mystique grandmaster rank and mystique venerable rank warriors unable to experience the power of a higher realm. Today, the good news for these people is here. The improved Black Explosion Pill will give you a different feeling. Everyone was excited. Their blood was boiling. At this moment, those peak mystique grandmaster rank warriors were looking forward to it. They knew their strength very well. They would probably never be able to reach the Tao profound venerable rank in their lifetime. However, with this Black Explosion Pill, they could feel the power of the mystique venerable rank and even find the opportunity to break through. Other than this point, there was another point. With this Black Explosion Pill on them, they could completely crush opponents of the same level once they consumed it. This pill was so good that it could not be described with words. Everyone's enthusiasm was aroused. Luo Tian listened to the noise and opened his eyes slightly. Looking at their excited faces, he was secretly shocked. The Black Explosion Pill caused such a big commotion? Luo Tian was a little surprised. Of course, he was a pervert. His cultivation was not restricted by the realm, as long as he had experience. However, other warriors were different. Cheng Danian succeeded in rousing everyone. He smiled faintly and deliberately kept them in suspense. Of course, we'll save the good stuff for later. However, the next profound weapon is made from the bones of an ancient flood dragon. It contains the power of an ancient flood dragon in a private room. Chi Fu looked at Cheng Danian's high-spirited look and was very unhappy. He smirked and said in a deep voice, "Do it! Thank you to all the brothers who tipped me. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for me. Old Neo is very grateful. Thank you. Please give your monthly votes to Old Neo. I will update 5 chapters in the next few days. When my arm recovers a little, I will immediately update 10 chapters. Chapter 298. Before Chi Fu gave the order, Li Wenzong had ordered the Skynet assassin to take action. VIP room number 5. A man in a long black robe with a cold expression and a faint murderous aura emanated from his body. He held a machete in his hand that was still dripping with warm blood. The blood dripped onto the floor, sounding particularly ear-piercing in the silent room. The black-robed man frowned slightly. According to the information he had secretly given him, these people should not be so weak. They did not even put up a token resistance, and were all killed by him in an instant. This surprised him a little. However, this surprise did not stay in his heart for long because he was the strongest assassin in Skynet. Thinking of this, a smug sneer appeared on the black-robed man's face. At this moment, he wanted to walk out of the room to hand in the mission and collect the remaining magnetite. However, at this moment, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. The black-robed man's gaze darkened and a light flashed in his eyes. His nose twitched and he immediately stopped breathing. He sat down cross-legged and the power of a mystique venerable rank rolled out from his body. All of his strength was used to resist the knockout fragrance that had already entered his brain. Have I been tricked? Could this be used against me? At this moment, Countless thoughts flashed through the black-robed man's mind. His expression grew colder and colder. Veins popped out all over his body, and every pore opened slightly. He inhaled and exhaled, using his strength to expel the knockout fragrance from his body. This was a difficult process. The power of this kind of sleeping incense was too strong. If he had discovered it a few seconds later, he would have fallen to the ground. Fortunately, he was a mystique, venerable, rank powerhouse. Fortunately, he had discovered it early. As an assassin, strength was important, but the ability to react was even more important. Even the slightest abnormality could cause them to be on guard. Huff, huff. A few minutes passed. A few low voices came from outside the room. It should be about time now. I heard from Chief Steward Chi that this knockout fragrance can even knock out a mystique, venerable rank. The strongest in this group isn't even a mystique zone. They'll all be unconscious in 10 seconds. I'm afraid they'll be lying on the ground by now. That's right. Chief Steward Chi is very reliable. Stop talking. Hurry up and find the child that the head chief wants. Don't waste any more time. While speaking, 2 auction house staff members walked into the room. The lights in the room had been destroyed, so it was very dim and difficult to see clearly. Why is there no light? Don't worry, I brought a match. With a light stroke, a flame lit up. In front of them, a pair of man-eating eyes were staring at them at the auction. The starting price is 2 million, and each increment is 200,000. The bidding starts now. A pitch-black longsword without a hilt appeared. It was surrounded by a dense energy, the energy of a demonic beast. From time to time, one could also hear the roars of the flood dragon towards the sky, bringing with it the sound of a dragon's cry. Since the ancient times, a flood dragon can cultivate to become a dragon. This flood dragon is about to reach the dragon transformation realm. This profound weapon also has a trace of draconic aura. I believe everyone here knows the value of this weapon better than me. Chung Danian said with a smile. If he didn't use a sword, he would have bought one as well. 3 million. 3. 5 million. 5 million. 5. 2 million. There were naturally many people with good things. This profound weapon was indeed not bad. It had the power of a peak spirit weapon and the power of a flood dragon. Once it was used in battle, it could form a kind of pressure. It could be considered a very good profound weapon. Moreover, this profound weapon was very suitable for the use of the savage beastmen. They understood the use of the demon clan better than others and knew how to use this power better. I bid 8 million. Suddenly, a person suddenly stood out from VIP room 7. To be exact, it should be a beast man. He was wearing a beast trap, and his muscles were bulging as if they had exploded. His entire body was filled with an unstoppable pure power. His voice shook the entire venue. Even the savage beast men were here. And his status was not low either. Looking at the jewelry on his neck, one could tell that he was most likely a prince or a prince. Chung Danian laughed excitedly and said, All right, Prince Clay of the Savage Beastmen has bid 8 million. Is there any higher bid? 8 million going once. 8 million going twice. 8 million. Deal. With a clang, Chung Danian slammed down the hammer and smiled. Congratulations to Prince Clay for winning the first profound weapon. It is definitely worth it. Chung Danian asked the staff to take down the long sword. He did not do the same thing as before. He did not even mention the matter of money. This was the difference between them. Chung Danian cleared his throat and continued. The next profound weapon is also made from the bones of an ancient flood dragon. It is a pair of battle axes. It has not been named yet. If anyone wins it, they can name it. The starting bid is 8 million. It was another round of bidding. In the end, it was won by Prince Clay again. This time it was 10 million. The third item was a giant battle blade. It was also won by the Beast Men for 14 million. The fourth item was a long spear. Prince Clay still won it for 16 million. Luo Tian's profound weapon, made from the bones of a flood dragon, were all won by him. It was a total of 48 million gold. It was a huge sum. Luo Tian was overjoyed. I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. It was completely out of his expectations. In his opinion, these 4 profound weapons could be sold for 10 to 20 million at most. He did not expect to win 50 million. After deducting 2 million, he still had 46 million. This gave Luo Tian confidence in winning the bid for Chun Chun's mother. He had a huge sum of money. This feeling was great. Inside private room 7. Clay's expression was also extremely excited. Looking at the 4 profound weapons in front of him, he murmured, "Savage Lord, I pray with my most sincere heart that our savage, half-beastman race will become powerful and dominate the entire savage domain from now on. I pray for the blessings of the Master who forged these 4 profound weapons. Thank him for bringing us the strongest beast bone battle weapons. I am extremely grateful." His face was filled with sincerity. The other half-beastmen in his private room were the same. They were extremely grateful to Luo Tian. Because of these 4 profound weapons, the half-beastmen began to rise in the wildlands. They haven't started yet? Why isn't anyone paying me back? Chi Fu was very unhappy. Standing in private room 2, he was very unhappy when he saw Chung Danian's red face. Seeing the 4 profound weapons being sold at such a shocking price, he was even more unhappy and unhappy. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open. A staff member walked in trembling. His face was pale and his body was trembling as he said, "Chief Steward, no, no, no." Before he could finish, a cold blade pierced through his chest and his body fell down. Behind him, a pair of cold eyes with a sinister smile appeared at the door of the private room. It's a new day. Everyone has a recommendation vote. Vote for Old Bull. Chapter 299. 20 minutes later, the Heaven's Net assassin walked out of the private room. His face was calm, but there was a hint of ferocious excitement. In the private room, Chi Fu was safe and sound, with a smug smile on his face. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Luo Tian isn't qualified to be my enemy, what's the harm in having one more friend? Head steward, since they aren't in the 5th private room, where are they? Chi Fu turned around and looked at the entire venue. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "They must be in this venue. Go and find them one by one. Send all of my people out. You must find them, especially that little girl. You must find her for me." Yes. Luo Tian didn't quite believe the people from the Tao Trading Alliance. Cheng Danian was the same. People's hearts were sinister. You didn't know whether the person standing in front of you was a human or a ghost. There was no harm in being more cautious. Therefore, it was good to enter the venue. Luo Tian exchanged the gold card for the VIP room and only exchanged it for 3 ordinary tickets. But those scalpers, in order to celebrate the sale of the tickets, they made a lot of money and then enjoyed themselves together in the 5th VIP room. They didn't expect to die just like that. They didn't even know how they died. What? The people in the 5th private room aren't Luo Tian and the others? Li Wenzong's face darkened. His gaze tightened as he said, "He must have come to the auction. Find him, you must find him. He killed my nephew and my brother-in-law. Does he really think that I, Li Wenzong, am easy to bully? He doesn't put me in his eyes at all. No matter what, he must die today." "Yes, sir." For a moment, there were a few odd gazes in the venue. The staff members of the 4-layered heaven search team, as well as some martial artists wearing strange clothes, were all searching. Luo Tian naturally noticed this slight change. He frowned slightly and said to himself, "It seems that something really happened in the 5th private room. I just don't know if it was Cheng Danian who did it. If it was really him..." Luo Tian looked at the excited and proud Cheng Danian on the stage and narrowed his eyes. On the stage, Cheng Danian was very excited. His voice was trembling as he said, "The next item is the explosion pill. We have invited the president of the Tang Empire's Alchemist Association, Xie Long. He is a rank 8 alchemist. I know some people don't believe me, but you shouldn't doubt President Xie's words, right?" While speaking, an old man with white eyebrows walked out with a smile on his face. He walked up to the stage and said, "I don't believe that someone can improve the mysterious exploding pellet that has been passed down for 10,000 years. I definitely won't believe it until I see the pellet." Cheng Danian smiled and said, "President Xie, will you only believe me if I tell you?" Xie Long stroked his white goatee and said, "Unless you can find someone to test it on, I definitely won't believe it. No matter how old you are, you won't believe it either. Doing business is all about self-praise. I'm afraid your Tao Commerce Alliance is the same. The mysterious exploding pellet has been passed down for 10,000 years, but nothing has changed. I've been refining pellets for hundreds of years and researching pellets for hundreds of years. Naturally, I've also studied the mysterious exploding pellet. It's impossible to improve it and stimulate the body to increase cultivation. There are pros and cons. It's impossible for the body to have no side effects. In addition, the alchemist ancestor has limited the usage of the mysterious exploding pellet to those below mystique, venerable rank." Cheng Danian was not angry. It was normal that there would only be climaxes if there were doubts. Although he did not purposely arrange it, he had already found Xie long ago that he did not believe that the mysterious exploding pellet had been improved. That was why he invited him to this auction. Cheng Danian smiled and said, "In your opinion, we need someone to test the true effect of the mysterious exploding pellet. Who do you think we should invite? This person better be a mystique venerable rank fighter. Otherwise, we won't be able to test the effect of the mysterious exploding pellet. Are there any mystique venerable rank fighters here willing to try? Be a lab rat?" After being questioned by Xie Long, many people began to doubt it. Was it really that magical? Even the president of the Alchemist Association did not believe it and began to doubt it. After thinking about it seriously, it was really impossible. However, the Tao Commerce Alliance would not use such a thing to deceive people. Otherwise, no matter how strong the Tao Commerce Alliance was, it would collapse within a month. Cheng Danian's words echoed in the auction hall. No one was willing to step forward, because once they tried it, if there were side effects and it stimulated the body, or even caused the body to stagnate and cultivation to stagnate, they would never be able to break through in their lifetime. Moreover, mystique venerable rank fighters were supreme. There were only a few of them in the auction hall. Cheng Danian saw that no one said anything and said, "It's a free trial." Still no one. Cheng Danian turned to look at Xie Long and said, "President Xie, what should we do if no one is willing to try it?" Xie Long pondered for a moment. He was the one who made the request, so he should be the one to solve it. For the sake of the pill industry, his heart sank and he said, "I'll try it. Although I'm not a mystique venerable rank, my cultivation is at the peak of mystique venerable rank. As long as the pill works, I'll be able to release the power of a mystique venerable rank. This way, I'll be able to test if the mysterious exploding pellet has been improved." The limit of the mysterious exploding pellet was the peak of mystique venerable rank. Even if a peak mystique venerable rank took it, they would still not be able to surpass the mystique sage rank. This was a shackle that could not be broken. Cheng Danian smiled. Everything was going according to his plan. Xie Long would definitely try it himself. This was even better as the impact would be greater. He immediately said, "Bring the mysterious exploding pellet up." Xie Long took the mysterious exploding pellet and sensed it. He frowned and said with a shocked expression, "It's indeed different from a normal mysterious exploding pellet." After that, he swallowed the mysterious exploding pellet. As soon as the pellet entered his mouth, it quickly melted. In less than 10 seconds, an extremely dense energy rushed out of his body like a ferocious beast. Xie Long's face flushed red and he was extremely shocked. He did not say anything and immediately released the power of a mystique venerable rank. Mystique venerable rank. Mystique venerable rank. It's been more than 100 years. I finally feel the power of a mystique venerable rank. Ha ha ha. This pill is too unbelievable. Who made it? I want to be his disciple. Xia Long was excited. He was in a complete mess. The people in the auction hall instantly went into an uproar. Luo Tian sat quietly at the side. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He opened his mouth and muttered, F***CK, I'm not going to take you as my disciple. Hurry up and bid. Hurry up and bid. I can't wait. Hurry up and bid. Many people shouted loudly. Cheng Danian was not in a hurry. He looked at Xia Long and smiled. President Xia, how long will the pill last? Will there be any side effects? At that moment, Xia Long sat cross-legged with a calm expression. After a few seconds, a light gathered on his body. It was a light formed by celestial qi. The light suddenly shone brightly. Xia Long's eyes suddenly opened, and he was ecstatic. Ha! I've broken through. I've broken through. I've stepped into the mystique venerable rank. At that moment, the entire auction hall went crazy. Chapter 300. A sudden breakthrough. The entire venue was in an uproar. No one would have thought that Xia Long would break through. Even Cheng Danian himself did not expect it. If he were to break through at this time, then the value of the profound explosion pill would definitely double, or even higher. Cheng Danian laughed in his heart. Chi Fu, I will definitely suppress you this time. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Don't think that you are amazing just because you have the vice president backing you up. Humph. Everyone saw that Xia Long had broken through. It was not easy to break through from the mysterious ancestor realm to the mysterious sovereign realm. It required an opportunity. It wasn't even an opportunity, but a pill. Cheng Danian immediately laughed. Everyone quiet down. Let's first ask President Xia how he feels. Let's see what he says. Is there really a side effect? What are you asking for? Don't waste time. Let's auction it immediately. What side effect is there? He broke through in an instant. I must get this pill. Hurry up. Excitement. He was extremely excited. If you don't take it out for auction, I won't let you off. Do you believe that I won't snatch it? Cheng Danian did not panic. Looking at this scene, he became even happier. The atmosphere was completely stirred up, and it had already reached the point of bursting. Then, Cheng Danian did not beat around the bush, and directly said, All right. Then I won't be long-winded. The bidding begins now. The starting price is 10 million. Each bid must not be less than 500,000. Finished. Chi knew or smiled as she welcomed them. She took out a small box, and inside the black box was the improved profound explosion pill. She thought to herself, the dead man is really amazing. A small pill can make so many experts excited. 12 million, 13 million, 16 million, 18 million. Damn it, no one is going to fight with me. I'll pay 20 million. 20 million is awesome. You're just a small sect, and you dare to bid? Aren't you afraid of losing face? 25 million. You want to compete with my Nanshan sect? I'll pay 30 million. Wu Liang recovered. He did have the money to buy the 7-star gem just now, but all his money was prepared for the profound exploding pellet. So he had to get it this time. Cheng Danian's face was beaming with joy. He kept urging, 30 million, 30 million. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? You should know that this mystic explosion pill can help you step into mystique venerable rank from mystique zone. How can you buy it with just a few tens of millions? 30 million going once, 30 million going twice, 30 million going thrice, 35 million. Suddenly, Luo Tian gently extended his right hand as he spoke in a very calm voice. The crowd was in an uproar again. A medicinal pill, even if it was a heaven-tier medicinal pill, couldn't be auctioned for a high price of 30 million. Yet, someone actually increased the bid to 35 million in one go. Everyone looked at Luo Tian in unison. This time no one laughed at him. Wu Liang was so angry that he was about to spit fire. He pointed at Luo Tian and shouted, "I was too lazy to compete with you for that trash just now. This time, I'll compete with you until the end. I don't believe that my Nanshan sect's wealth can't compare to a country bumpkin's." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "What are you blabbering on about? Make a bid." Wu Liang immediately said, 38 million. Luo Tian also showed an angry look and roared, "I'll fight out with you. 50 million. Motherf asterisk her. Compete with me if you have the guts. Your Nanshan sect's wealth is nothing in my eyes. You're not qualified to compete with me." Disdain. Disdain. He thought the Nanshan sect was worthless. Wu Liang was so angry that his whole body trembled. Looking at Luo Tian's proud face, the anger in his heart almost burned his brain. The two elders behind him kept reminding him, "Young master, 50 million is beyond what we can afford. Don't fight with him. This kid might be someone from the Dow Commerce Alliance. He's deliberately raising the price. Young master, don't fight with him." Luo Tian said with a proud face, "If you don't have money, don't pretend here. Who do you think you are? The Nanshan sect can't even take out 50 million. What a trash sect. What young master? I think you're just a toilet broom." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Many people in the venue burst into laughter. Wu Liang was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. He roared, "I bid 60 million. Cheng Danian immediately said, "Young Master Wu, our Dow Commerce Alliance doesn't accept IOUs. You know this. 60 million is not a small amount. You have to think about it carefully." "There's no need to think about it. I can't beat him today. I'll bid 60 million. Wu Liang was furious, his eyes staring straight at Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed cheekily and said, "Damn, you're too honest. I was really afraid that you wouldn't bid. But I didn't expect that you would really bid. You scare me to death. If I really had to take out 50 million, even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be able to take it out. Nanshan sect is indeed powerful. Ha ha ha." Finished. Luo Tian smiled at Cheng Danian and said, "I won't bid 60 million for a pill. Only an idiot would buy it." The entire venue was in an uproar again. He had been tricked. He had been tricked once again. Wu Liang's face turned purple from anger, and he coldly shouted, You! Luo Tian laughed proudly. "I'm deliberately raising the price, bite me." Very direct. There was no sloppiness at all. However, in his heart, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. 60 million had entered his account. Ha ha ha. This money came too easily. Cheng Danian quickly said, 60 million going once, going twice, going thrice sold. Without waiting for Wu Liang to have any chance to refuse, the hammer directly fell. In the end, Cheng Danian did not forget to laugh. "Congratulations to Nanshan sect's young sect master for winning the first profound explosion pill. Congratulations, young Master Wu. Pay up later." Finished. Cheng Danian was too lazy to look at the miserable Wu Liang, but said loudly, "Everyone's enthusiasm for the profound explosion pill is beyond my imagination. In order to repay everyone, this time we will auction a set of profound explosion pill at once. A set of 5 pills. The starting price is 50 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. There was more? Just when everyone thought that there were no more profound explosion pill, Cheng Danian's words once again made them go crazy. At this time, Xia Long stood up and said loudly, "There are no side effects at all. Moreover, it is of great help to one's cultivation. Manager Cheng, can I ask you a question? I want to know the name of this alchemist grandmaster. Can you tell me? I want his name to be forever written in the annals of history." Cheng Danian smiled and said, "I'm really sorry, it's not convenient for us to reveal his name. This is his personal privacy." Xia Long let out a long sigh. It was also at this time, in Chi Fu's room, reporting to the general director. Luo Tian's location has not been found yet, but the fatty beside him, Xian Yuan Yi, and a blind man have all been found. Chapter 3. Brothers, your monthly votes are awesome. Can you exceed 50 today? There's still 36 left, and there will be 10 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 301. The auction continued. Wu Liang of the Southern Mountain Sect was ruthlessly scammed by Luo Tian. His vitality was greatly damaged, and he no longer had the strength to bid for the next item. However, they did not leave, but stared at Luo Tian. Wu Liang's hatred for Luo Tian was like a raging sea. He thought that as long as the auction accepted, he would send Luo Tian to hell. Luo Tian's face was filled with satisfaction, and he did not even look at Wu Liang. Idiot, big idiot. 60 million was in his hands just like that. This mysterious explosion pill was simply too great. A new round of mysterious explosion pill auction began. Because it was a set of 5 pills, the competition for the price was even more intense. In the end, it was bought by a veiled woman in room 3 for a price of 90 million. The woman was very tall, and her figure was hidden extremely well under her loose clothes. However, Luo Tian's sharp eyes could still see that she was a peerless beauty. Next, another set of mysterious explosion pills was auctioned. This time there were even more, 10 mysterious explosion pills. Many people went into a frenzy again. What was surprising was that it was still bought by the mysterious woman in room 3 for a price of 210 million. Chung Danian did not reveal the name of the bidder like he did at the beginning. His expression was very respectful. This made everyone in the venue guess who the owner of room 3 was. Even the Dow Commerce Alliance gave him face. His background must not be simple. After the 16 mysterious explosion pills were auctioned off, plus 1 experimental product, there were a total of 17 pills. Luo Tian gave a total of 20 pills. There were still 3 pills that Chung Danian did not take out for auction. He kept them for himself and prepared to buy them from Luo Tian at the average market price. He did not discuss this with Luo Tian in advance, and it was also because the improved mysterious explosion pill was too tempting. In addition, Xia Long's sudden breakthrough made him want to keep a few for himself. As for the money, he would definitely pay for it. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. He didn't have the time to think too much about it because he had already sensed a trace of cold, killing intent in the hall. He then looked at Xian Yuan Yi and Feng Lei. There were several staff members standing silently beside them. Luo Tian's heart sank. We've been discovered. Immediately, he didn't show his emotions as he sent a telepathic message to Feng Lei and Xian Yuan. Fatty, Xian Yuan, you too be careful of the people around you. They have already discovered you. Don't move and pretend that you don't know anything. And Chen Chen's mother will definitely be auctioned next. Xian Yuan Yi, pay attention to Tang Tang and Qin Yuer who are on the stage. The 2 of them are in danger as well. They are too far away, and my telepathic transmission will not be able to reach them. I'll leave them to you. Xian Yuanyi didn't move. He just nodded. Fatty, and Chen Chen must be here too. You have to find a way to find her. When her mother appears later, she will definitely lose control of her emotions. Your mission is to take her away from here. The same goes for you. Once you leave the venue, don't come back. Leave everything here to me. Feng Lei frowned and nodded. Luo Tian's telepathic message did not dare to search for Chen Chen's aura too brazenly. There would definitely be mystique, venerable, rank powerhouses in this venue. He was no match for such powerhouses. If his telepathic message was discovered, his location would be exposed. Once he was exposed, the people hiding in the dark would definitely make their move. Luo Tian had to be careful with every step he took. Looking at Tang Tang and Qin Yuer's confused expressions, Luo Tian could not help but worry. All of a sudden, the porcelain doll beside blind Lu suddenly moved. It said softly, Uncle Blind Lu, I can sense Brother Luo Tian's aura. The person who bought the space ring and the 7-star gemstone earlier is Brother Luo Tian. Blind Lu's heart sank. He did not say anything. He was the first to realize that the staff beside him were different from before. Moreover, 2 staff members were standing beside them. Their auras were ready to attack. It was not hard to imagine that his whereabouts had been exposed. Blind Lu tightened his grip on Chun Chun. He thought to himself, no matter what, I can't let anything happen to her. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn to go up. Chi Fu walked out of the treasure chest. His face was flushed red. He walked up to the stage and bumped into Cheng Danian. Manager Cheng, you've got some tricks up your sleeves. You've created so much with just a small pill. However, it's impossible for you to surpass me. Chi Fu said with a fake smile. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He thought to himself, you want to compete with me? I'll kill you. Cheng Danian countered. Manager Chi, how much can your fox demon woman be auctioned for? Don't think that just because you have the vice president backing you up, you can cover the sky with one hand and act recklessly. Don't think that no one knows what you've done to the Demon Fox clan. Whatever you do, the heavens are watching. Be careful not to lose your life, ha ha. Cheng Danian laughed a few times, then left. Chi Fu turned his head and stared at Cheng Danian's back. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he snorted. Let's wait and see. You don't understand what this world needs. You don't understand what rich people need. In this auction, many rich and beautiful people had their eyes closed the entire time. They had never opened their eyes. They were completely uninterested in the cultivation of these warriors. Even the people in the private rooms were the same. They didn't move at all. They were waiting for the Demon Fox clanwoman to appear. These people all had extremely illustrious statuses. Their wealth was comparable to that of a country's. Chi Fu walked up to the stage. His fat body and fierce face made him look like a Maitreya Buddha. Now, it's time for the finale of our auction. It's also the time that everyone is looking forward to the most. Demon Fox clan woman. All of them are born with brow bones and are incomparably ecstatic. Just like in the teleportation, only by spending a night with them will one know what a man is, what heaven is, and what high is. In this world, only they can give you a feeling that no other woman can give you. Gudong. Those who had not opened their eyes, all this time opened their eyes slightly, their Adam's apple rolling. His eyes shone with a golden light. The VIP box began to stir. Many people were standing on the attic of the box. Chi Fu chuckled and said, Today, other than the Demon Fox clan woman, there will also be a mysterious gift. This gift is today's finale item, and will definitely broaden everyone's horizons. Ha ha ha. Next, let's make her more charming than a fairy, more beautiful than a witch, coquettish, a Demon Fox clan woman who can move any man in the world. Chi Fu took a step back, walked to the side, and pressed the switch. A square pavilion appeared in the middle of the stage. It slowly opened, and then a transparent glass box covered with a black veil slowly rose up. Chi Fu walked forward, swept his gaze across the entire audience, smiled excitedly, and pulled out the black veil with his right hand. At this moment, Chun Chun opened her eyes, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. She shouted loudly, Mom, this is bad. Chapter 4. Today's monthly votes were 19, and there were still 31 votes left to reach 50 votes. For tomorrow's 10 chapters, everyone worked hard to vote, and don't forget to vote for the recommendation. Chapter 302. Mommy! Suddenly there was a cry. It was very loud. However, the noise in the venue was even louder, and Chun Chun's cry was not noticed by many. Of course, a few staff members beside Blind Lu came out. Blind Lu's expression changed drastically. He immediately covered Chun Chun's mouth with one hand and said in a low voice, Chun Chun, be good. Don't make a sound. Your big brother, Luo Tian, will get your mommy out. You have to believe in your big brother, Luo Tian. You must not act rashly. Don't you remember what you promised me when we first came in? And Chun Chun tried her best to control herself. Her eyes were filled with pain. She took a deep breath and cried in a very soft voice. I believe in you. I believe in Big Brother Luo Tian. Uncle Blind Lu, it's Chuan Chuan's fault. Chun Chun couldn't hold it in. But when I saw my mommy being locked up in the cage and her neck being chained, Chun Chun felt like crying. After saying that, Chun Chun turned around and threw herself into Blind Lu's arms. She bit his clothes and did not make a single sound. However, she was crying incomparably sadly. Blind Lu clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. At this moment his heart was in pain, and Chun Chun's crying had hurt him. Inside his body, the ancient giant devil's heart began to tremble. Luo Tian's expression changed immediately. Others might not have heard it, but he did. His heart tightened. Oh no! He immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Lei. He realized that Feng Lei was no longer in his seat. Unknowingly, he had appeared behind Blind Lu. His gaze was like a ferocious beast as he stared fiercely at the back of the heads of the two staff members. There were two corpses below his seat. The moment and Chun Chun's mother was lifted up, everyone's eyes were on the stage. It was also at that moment that Feng Lei attacked fiercely, catching the two of them off guard. Instant kill. At the same time, Xian Yuan had also left his seat. There were two staff members below his seat as well. He was moving forward slowly. The demonic aura emanating from his body exuded an incomparably dense power. Looking at Qin Yuer and Tang Tang on the stage, he was trying to signal them with his eyes. Qin Yuer was the first to spot Xian Yuan. She nudged Tang Tang gently and whispered, "Since Xian Yuan is here, Luo Tian must be here as well." Look at Xian Yuan's weird expression. Is he hinting at something? Tang Tang followed Qin Yuer's gaze and pondered for a moment before saying, "He's asking us to leave." Qin Yuer noticed it as well. Immediately, the two pretended as if nothing had happened and wanted to leave the stage. It was also at this moment that Chi Fu suddenly turned around. His lips curled into a wide arc as he laughed. "Your Highness, Miss Qin Yuer, since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The show has only just begun." As he spoke, two staff members blocked their way. Qin Yuer and Tang Tang's expressions changed drastically. His identity had been exposed. Chi Fu maintained a smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you guys. Hurting women has never been my Chi Fu's style of doing things. However, if the two of you don't listen to me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Hee. With that said, Chi Fu's gaze turned and landed on the demon fox race woman in the glass box again. This woman was very beautiful. She was so beautiful that words could not describe her. There was not a single flaw to be found on her body. She was even more moving than the fairies in the 9 heavens. Her seductive eyes were filled with endless charm, as though they could hook one's soul out of their body. Her figure was hot, and her entire body was soft and boneless. Her slender legs were fair and smooth. Her breasts were plump and firm. Her buttocks were perky and bouncy, giving off an endless temptation. Confusion. Gulp. Gulp. Countless people were drooling. Countless people had set up tall tents under their crotches. Even Luo Tian was the same. She was truly beautiful. Words like devastatingly beautiful were no longer enough to describe her beauty. She had subverted Luo Tian's imagination. How can a person be beautiful to such an extent? Gulp. Luo Tian could not help but swallow his saliva. His heart was filled with evil, and he could not help but secretly blame himself. "You beast, she isn't Chun Chun's mother. How can you have such evil thoughts?" Holy sh*T. If Lousy didn't have such evil thoughts, then Lousy wouldn't be a man. Only men will be seduced by her beauty and be deeply attracted to her. It's as if her beauty is a fatal poison that makes people can't help but fall in love with her. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness moved. His heart quickly calmed down, and he tried his best not to let his thoughts run wild. Looking at the woman in the glass box, his heart was moved. Her eyes were dull. The reason for the dullness was despair. In the midst of despair, there was also a strong sense of longing for her daughter. On her neck, both of her legs were shackled with mysterious runes. It must be a sealed chain that had been processed to prevent her from committing suicide and escaping. Damn it, this is too inhumane. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. Chi Fu looked at the expressions of everyone swallowing their saliva and smiled slightly, saying, "Today, she belongs to one of you. The highest bidder will get it. Please rest assured, she will definitely not escape, nor will she have the ability to commit suicide. Her neck and legs are covered with the soul-locking chains that are Tao Commerce Alliance custom-made for her. And this control machine will be handed over to you in the end, so don't worry, the situation of the fox demon woman committing suicide and escaping in the past will definitely not happen to you. Hurry up! Don't talk nonsense, Lousy can't wait. Lousy will definitely make her feel good tonight, ha ha ha. Hurry up and bid!" Those men in luxurious clothes were all excited as if they had taken Viagra. Chi Fu smiled proudly and said in a daze, "Don't worry, everyone, this fox demon woman is just an appetizer. Other than her, there is a final mysterious item. I believe everyone will be even more crazy." Mysterious item. These 4 words secretly moved in Luo Tian's mind. He immediately thought of Chun Chun. Chi Fu had done everything possible to capture Chun Chun. This time, Luo Tian's heart sank and immediately transmitted his voice to Feng Lei. "Find an opportunity to act. You must not let Chun Chun fall into their hands. Remember, once you leave the venue, run towards the palace and do not come back." Feng Lei's eyes darkened. The back of his head glowed with scarlet blood. The blood-red light spread out from Feng Lei's body bit by bit. Power was constantly brewing in his body. The incomparably terrifying thing in his body hungrily licked its tongue. A thick, bloody energy began to rise in Feng Lei's body. Under his clothes, hideous blood-red scales had already appeared on his arms. Shen Yuni stopped at a very strange position. 1 man and 1 sword, 2 into 1. Chi Fu laughed wildly and looked at a dark corner. His eyes moved, and then he shouted to the crowd, "Now the auction begins! Ha ha ha! Chapter 5! Can you give me another monthly ticket? Today is really miserable. After 3 days of rest, tomorrow at 10 p.m., don't you want to vote, donate, and subscribe to support?" Chapter 303. As Chi Fu's voice fell, the auction hall suddenly quietened down. A second later, 60 million. I bid 70 million. 80 million. Whoever wants to compete with me, I'll fight with them. Who do you think you are? 90 million. To think that I'll get this demon fox beauty. 100 million. The price continued to rise. Those who hadn't made a move from the beginning to the end were bidding crazily at this moment. The people in the first few rows were all red in the face and neck, and the people in the VIP rooms were the same. Every time they raised the price, it was more than 10 million. Such madness was something that had never happened in a Tao merchant auction before. Chi Fu was very excited. He once again despised Cheng Danian in his heart. "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me. It's impossible for you to beat me in terms of performance. Cheng Danian, you don't even know what these people need. Although warriors are rich, but the truly rich people on this continent are still in the hands of those rich people." And this time, there were still some people who did not make a move. They were waiting for the mysterious thing to descend. In the auction hall, they knew what this thing was from the very beginning. She was even more expectant than the demon fox clan woman. 140 million. 145 million. You want to compete with my great Tang's Sky Will King? I bid 180 million. Come and fight with me again. Suddenly, in the private room, a fat man dressed in prince's clothes stood at the entrance of the private room. His face was slightly angry, as if he was saying that if you dare to fight with me again, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave the Heaven Sword City. Tang Dynasty's Sky Wheel King, Tang Chuyan. He was the uncle of the emperor, Tang Zhanlong. When everyone saw him, they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. It was said that there weren't as many women in the entire palace as there were in his prince's mansion, which specialized in collecting women from all races in the world. He had once bid for a Demon Fox clan woman, but in less than 2 days before he could even touch her, that Demon Fox clan woman committed suicide. This time, he would definitely not let go. 180 million. The intense bidding in the auction hall became much quieter. At this moment, an elegant young master walked out from the viewing platform of another private room. Waving a feather fan, he chuckled and said, "Skywell King is really generous, but I also want to get close to her. So I'm sorry, 200 million. Young Master Tian Yu was here. F***CK. Why is he here? Isn't he supposed to be in Skyplume City? Rumor has it that he possesses the bloodline of the extraterritorial Golden Condor. The power of this bloodline is extremely valiant. In terms of talent, he is second only to Morong Wanjian. Who would have thought that he would appear as well? Moreover, he even bid 200 million for a demonic fox woman. The wealth of Skyplume City isn't any weaker than that of the great Tang Dynasty. Furthermore, young Master Skyplume is the future young city lord. His wealth might even be stronger than Skywheel King. Tang Chuyan frowned and turned to look at young Master Tianyu, who was on the viewing platform in the next room. He said in a deep voice, "Why did you buy her? You should focus on your cultivation. Why do you need a woman? This kind of woman will only make your cultivation stagnate. Give her to me, your uncle." Young Master Tianyu gently waved his fan and smiled. Murong Wanjian is also known as the fledgling phoenix, Li Shuer. Rumor has it that Li Shuer is as beautiful as a fairy. No matter how beautiful a female phoenix is, can it be more beautiful than this demonic fox woman? Murong Wanjian is arrogant. In his eyes, all the women in the world can't be compared to Li Shuer. However, my woman is more beautiful and charming than his woman. Is this considered as me suppressing Murong Wanjian? All the Skywheel King, I am truly sorry. Lunatic. Spending 200 million to buy a woman just to suppress Murong Wanjian. However, what kind of suppression was this? If young Master Tianyu was to make a move, the Skywheel King wouldn't have much chance of winning. Because of this, Tang Chuyan's expression turned gloomy. He grunted heavily and walked back into the private room in a bad mood. Chi Fu smiled excitedly and said, "Young Master Tianyu has bid 200 million. Is there anyone who will bid higher than him? This demonic foxwoman will turn you into a man among men. You will experience unimaginable happiness." 200 million! It is actually bid for 200 million. What a shocking price! And Chun Chun watched as her mother was auctioned off like a commodity. All the people who were selling her had lustful expressions. None of them were good people. Looking at her mother escaping in the glass box with a dead expression, her tears gushed out crazily. Very sad. Very sad. She kept reminding herself in her heart, "Don't cry, don't cry. Luo Tian-Gij will definitely save mother. Luo Tian-Gij will definitely save mother. I have made a pinky promise with Luo Tian-Gij. He will definitely help in Chun Chun save mother." Inside the venue, everyone was discussing in a low voice. For a moment, no one bid. The price of 200 million also reached Chi Fu's expectation. He was secretly delighted and immediately said, 200 million going once, 200 million going twice, 200 million going thrice, just as Chi Fu raised the mallet and was about to knock down heavily. In the distance, a person raised a sign and said coldly, 300 million! Rumble. Everyone's eyes looked at the person who raised the sign, including the Skywheel King who had just walked out of the VIP room. It's him again. It's this person again. Oh my God. He actually bid 300 million. Does he have so much money? Competing with young Master Tanyu, isn't he courting death? Didn't he see that the Skywheel King had withdrawn from the auction? 300 million, he thinks this is a game. I don't believe he can take out 300 million even if I die. Wu Liang laughed and laughed loudly. He shouted, Bumpkin, do you know how much 300 million is? You actually bid 300 million. I think I don't need to do anything today. You're going to die, ha ha ha. Young Master Tanyu's face sank and looked a little ugly. Everyone knew that he was young Master Tanyu of Tanyu City. Even the Skywheel King of Tang Empire had to give him face. This bumpkin didn't give him any face at all, which made him very unhappy. Young Master Tanyu smiled and said, 300 million is not a small number. Can you take it out? Do you want to think about it again? I think you should think about it. There's no good result in competing with me. Although his voice was very flat, but there was an overbearing aura in his words. It was as if he was saying, I'm young Master Tanyu of Tanyu City. If you dare to compete with me, I'll make you suffer. Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He didn't even look at young Master Tanyu and sneered. There's nothing to consider. If you're unhappy, then increase the price. I have plenty of money. You poor bastards are so unhappy to increase the price. If you can't afford to play, then get lost. How boring. You, young Master Tanyu's face turned sinister. He shouted, All right, 310 million. Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush. He directly bid 400 million. Walala! The entire venue was boiling. Even the demon fox woman in the glass box turned her head to look at Luo Tian in the distance. Chi Fu smiled. He smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. He secretly said, I finally know who you are. Chapter 1. 10 chapters will be updated today. Let Old Bull see your monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's the middle of the month. There are already some monthly votes. Check it and vote for Old Bull. I'm very grateful. Chapter 304. 400 million. When Luo Tian shouted out this number, the entire venue went into an uproar. Young Master Tanyu's face seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped. He had only increased the bid by 10 million, but Luo Tian had directly increased the bid by 90 million. This showed that Luo Tian didn't put him in his eyes at all. This was a very, very big gap. Just as Luo Tian said, if you can't afford to play, then get out. Young Master Tanyu's face darkened. When he thought of Wu Liang being cheated for 60 million for a single pill, he looked at Chi Fu on the stage and said slightly, Manager Chi, could he be an internal member of your Dow Commerce Alliance? He raised a question. As soon as his words fell, the crowd also clamored. He must be an internal member. If he really has a net worth of 400 million, would he be able to sit with us? Is the Dow Commerce Alliance so shameless? If you don't want to auction, then don't sell. Does your mother know that you're so shameless? Chi Fu was not angry, but nodded towards the darkness. The figure in the darkness swayed slightly, and then he smiled and said, Young Master Tanyu, distinguished guests, my Dow Commerce Alliance will definitely not do such a thing. I do not know this person at all, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be an internal member of my Dow Commerce Alliance. I dare to guarantee it with my head. While they were talking, Chi Fu's eyes had never left Luo Tian. His eyes narrowed into slits as he stared fixedly at Luo Tian and thought to himself, Brat, you're going to die soon? Ha ha ha! He had discovered all of them. Now he was just waiting for the harvest time. Young Master Tianyu's face darkened. He kept his fan and sneered. All right, I want to see how he took out 400 million. Luo Tian turned his face to look at young Master Tanyu, sneered and said, How I took out 400 million has nothing to do with you. You damn poor bastard. If you can't afford to play, then die to the side. Don't *king fly in front of me like a fly. Be careful that I don't slap you. Arrogant, arrogant. He did not put young Master Tianyu in his eyes at all. Luo Tian's words enraged young Master Tianyu. His face darkened as he glared at Luo Tian. He snorted coldly. A mere fifth-order mystic king dares to be so arrogant in front of me? I think you're tired of living. Luo Tian laughed wildly. He pointed at young Master Tianyu's nose and scolded. This father is arrogant. If you have the ability, then come down and bite me. If you don't dare, then just stay here. Don't show off in front of this father. A series of disdain. This completely infuriated young Master Tianyu. Chi Fu's face darkened as he thought to himself, not good. At this moment, young Master Tianyu's body was suddenly covered by a pair of invisible golden torso. A mournful cry of an eagle seemed to come from the ninth heaven. He roared in a heavy voice, "Kid, hand over your life!" His rage reached the heavens. Young Master Tianyu, had never had anyone who dared to speak to him like this. No one dared to despise him, disdain him, or mock him. He, who was high above, was very unhappy. It was as if he was insulted. Luo Tian was delighted as he thought to himself, "You're always infuriated. You're so easily infuriated. And you still want to compare yourself with Morong Wanjian. What a joke. Your tolerance level is simply too weak." After being infuriated, Luo Tian's face was filled with complacency. He only had to do one thing now: mess up the entire venue, take advantage of the chaos, and let Feng Lei take away in Chun Chun. He would then pay a high price of 400 million to buy in Chun Chun's mother. If everything went smoothly, of course, this was the first step of Luo Tian's plan. It would be best if it went smoothly. If it didn't, quickly leave. Are the people of the Dao Commerce Alliance not going to do anything? Extraterritorial golden eagle bloodline. Just look at the golden wings on his body. It's true. This kid is dead for sure. Luo Tian revealed a look of fear and shouted loudly, "Murder! Someone wants to kill me." Didn't the Dao Commerce Alliance say that they want to protect the safety of their customers? If he wants to kill me, shouldn't you stop him? While they were talking, Luo Tian suddenly shouted in his heart, 9 dragons and 9 elephants! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power of the ancient dragon and the demonic elephant trampled over, and instantly grew crazily in Luo Tian's body. At this moment, Luo Tian shouted again, "Level 4 Berserk!" Rumble! The power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants became even more violent under the support of the 16 times attribute strength. Luo Tian's aura was released, causing the people around him to flip over. From time to time, his body would erupt with the roar of a dragon flying into the sky and the rumbling of an ancient demonic elephant trampling on the ground. For a moment, Luo Tian moved his right fist, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and rushed forward heavily, still shouting, "Murder! Bullshit, young master is going to kill people. Everyone run. If you don't run, you'll die." His words caused chaos. Coupled with the berserk power released from Luo Tian's body, the unstoppable killing intent of the death god caused everyone around him to begin to tremble in fear. At this moment, they also began to panic and frantically fled. In the face of such a powerful force, if they continued to stay, they would only be affected and even lose their lives. Seeing Luo Tian rushing towards him, young Master Tianyu sneered and said, "You want to fight with me at the 5th stage of the Profound King realm? Look at my strength. I'm at the Profound Ancestor realm. Go to hell." The power of the extraterritorial Golden Eagle bloodline was released. A few shrill eagle cries enveloped the entire venue. Suddenly, Luo Tian did not make a move. The moment young Master Tianyu's palm struck towards him, before the power could reach him, his body suddenly changed and directly landed on the 4 staff members of the Dao Commerce Alliance behind Feng Lei. As he flew, he shouted, "Murder! Bullshit, young master is going to kill people." The moment he landed, the power in his body suddenly erupted, and he threw out 4 consecutive punches. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 punches were incomparably fast. The 4 of them fell to the ground. In an instant, Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Fatty, take them away, quick!" Feng Lei did not dare to delay, and immediately grabbed Chun Chun, who was beside Blind Lu, and said, "Let's go!" Blind Lu also stood up in an instant and said in a deep voice, "Bloody Baldy, you go first, I'll cover you." Luo Tian landed and instantly killed 4 staff members of the Dao Commerce Alliance. The surrounding people were even more flustered. The entire venue began to panic on a large scale. Seeing that someone had died, all sorts of screams rang out. At this moment, the entire venue was in a mess. Young Master Tianyu, who was in midair, was slightly stunned and said gloomily, "Did I hit him?" It was also at this moment. Xian Yuan slashed out with his gigantic K godly sword. In the blink of an eye, his sword will turned into a crushing force as sword qi gushed out. Following closely behind, he killed Tang Tang and the 2 workers beside Qin Yuer instantly. He shouted in a deep voice, "Run!" Seeing that the venue was in chaos, Qi Fu did not stop it in time. In fact, he did not panic at all. Looking at Luo Tian in the crowd, he laughed coldly and said, "None of you can escape." Chapter 2. There are 8 more chapters today, begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 305. Chaos. Great chaos. The more chaotic, the better. For Luo Tian, this was the effect he wanted. He was now certain that the ultimate goal of this auction was in Chun Chun. He absolutely could not let Chun Chun suffer the slightest bit of harm. Seeing Feng Lei's violent and Chun Chun mixed into the panicked crowd, Luo Tian's heart slightly relaxed. But when he saw that Qi Fu's face was not flustered at all, and even had a complacent smile, he knew that things were bad. Luo Tian's figure moved, jumped down, and stood beside Qi Fu. He smiled and said, "Manager Qi, can you give her to me now?" While talking, Luo Tian glanced sideways at Chun Chun's mother in the glass box. His heart was thumping wildly, as if his heart was about to jump out. That kind of feeling was really going to take away his soul. She was really too beautiful, too tempting. Qi Fu smiled gently and said, "The rule of the auction is that the highest bidder gets it. You've offered the highest price, so this item is naturally yours. But there's an exception today because you, Luo Tian, have broken the rules of my Dao Trading Alliance." Luo Tian's face changed slightly and said, "It seems that Manager Qi knows my identity. That's the best. I don't want to pretend anymore. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you've done to the Demon Fox clan. Today I'll buy her and I'll pay for it. But if you dare to touch Chun Chun again, I'll turn you a fat pig into a dead pig." His voice became extremely gloomy towards the end. Luo Tian's death god's killing intent also surged out. His voice became even more terrifying, as if it came from hell. Qi Fu's heart secretly moved, and inexplicably a sense of fear rose up, which made him very unhappy. The corner of his mouth turned cold, and he said with a sinister smile, "I sent people to destroy the Demon Fox clan, and I also sent people to capture this woman. That little girl doesn't belong to you. Today, none of you can escape." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, there was a loud thud from the panicked crowd. Feng Lei hugged Chun Chun tightly and used his body to protect her. His whole body was hit by a huge force and fell heavily on the stage. And Chun Chun in his arms was directly knocked unconscious. "You're courting death." The fury in Luo Tian's heart suddenly erupted, and with a wave of his right hand, the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants gushed out, and he punched towards Qi Fu. Qi Fu frowned, took half a step back, and sneered, You're just a piece of trash, yet you want to show off in front of me? I'm not trash like Nangong Hao. If you offend me, not even the great Tang Emperor can save you." His body gently retreated, and a scimitar easily blocked Luo Tian's attack. A black shadow, filled with killing intent, descended. His eyes were cold, his expression was cold, and the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He said softly, "You finally appeared." Skynet assassins, first-level mystique venerable rank, the strongest realm. He blocked Luo Tian's attack with a casual move. It was very easy. The gap between the two of them was just too big. Li Wenzong stood on the viewing platform of the VIP box and laughed excitedly, saying, "The show is about to start." Luo Tian took a heavy step back and felt the killing intent from the assassin. Looking at his expression, he could not help but say, "Assassin? The Dow Commerce Alliance is really amazing. They actually hired a mystique venerable rank assassin. Ha ha ha." The black-clothed assassin sneered, "My employer is not the Dow Commerce Alliance. He paid me 3,000 high-grade magnetite to cut off your head." Chi Fu smiled faintly. There's a saying that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Having a mystique venerable rank powerhouse to deal with you is the best. Luo Tian, I really want to thank you for sending this little girl here. Ha ha. Chi Fu's eyes flickered, and he said, "Quickly send her to VIP box number 1. "Yes, sir." 2 staff members quickly walked up. Feng Lei suddenly stood up and shouted, "Don't you dare touch her!" Bang! Clang! A huge sword flew out and landed heavily on the stage. Xian Yuanyi's body also fell with it. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were a few holes in his chest. His face was slightly pale, and he looked at Luo Tian with a smile, saying, "Boss, this is a little tricky." At this moment, 2 middle-aged men wearing the Dow Commerce Alliance's uniform walked out from the panicked crowd. The 2 of them looked almost identical, and there was a cold smile on their faces as they stared coldly at Feng Lei. On the other side, one of them carried a 3-meter-long sword on his shoulder. He held Tang Tang in one hand and Qin Yu in the other. He threw them onto the stage and shouted coldly, "Completely useless! There's another one here." Bang! Blind Lu was also thrown down. Then, a dwarf who was as agile as an ape and was only a little more than a meter tall walked out, holding a Vajra Dharma rod in his hand. Chi Fu laughed proudly and said, "I said that none of you will be able to leave. Ha ha ha! Your every move is under my surveillance. There's nothing that the Dow Commerce Alliance can't get." "Boss! Boss!" Dragon Head, The 3 of them were all injured to varying degrees, and their faces were all pale. Looking at Luo Tian and the others, they felt very uncomfortable. They had not completed their task. This made them feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. However, what they did not know was that the people who stopped them were much stronger than them, to the point where they could not win at all. Luo Tian squinted his eyes and stared at Chi Fu in the blink of an eye and said, "Do you have to do this?" It was a very calm sentence. Chi Fu's face was full of muscles. His smile was extremely bright, and he said proudly, "Why can't I do this? Do you think that anyone can save you today? Even if Tang Zhanlong comes, it's useless. No one can save you today. All of you will die here." On the viewing platform, Li Wenzong shouted in a deep voice, "Kill him!" Young Master Tian Yu sneered as he waved the fan in his hand. Looking at everything on the stage, he said faintly, "Manager Qi, since he is dead, then I am the second highest bidder. Can I buy her?" Chi Fu smiled and said, "Of course." The people in the other private rooms did not leave. The Beastman Prince, Kulei, had a look of anger on his face. They, the Beastman race, were often captured as slaves. Seeing the Demon Fox clan being auctioned off, his heart was filled with anger. In addition, there was also a woman who bought 15 mysterious explosion pills who did not leave. Her face was covered with a veil, and her expression could not be seen. However, her body released an invisible aura that was different from the others. It was a completely different aura from humans. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth twitched as he sneered. At the same time, Feng Lei stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. Xian Yuanyi moved his right hand, and the gigantic crescent sword flew into his hand. Blind Lu, who was half dead, also crawled up with his arrow. Under the surface of his skin, the ancient troll was ready to move again. The 4 of them looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 3. Chapter 306. According to Luo Tian's plan, Feng Lei left the venue with Chun Chun. Xian Yuanyi left with Tang Tang and Qin Yu. He used 400 million to buy in Chun Chun's mother and then left. The S-rank mission was completed. This plan could not have gone any smoother. Of course, if an S-rank mission could be completed so easily, it would not be an S-rank mission. Luo Tian naturally knew that, so he knew from the beginning that he had to use force to solve it. Looking at the excited expressions on Feng Lei's and the others' faces, Luo Tian laughed and muttered, "Since you want to do this, then I can't do anything about it. As long as I don't die today, your auction house will be torn down by me." Luo Tian laughed. Chi Fu laughed as well. He mocked, "You want to overturn the sky with just the few of you? You think too highly of yourselves. Do you know where I am? Even Tang Zhanlong wouldn't dare to say something like that at the Dao merchant auction. A mere mystic king dares to say such words in front of me. You're courting death." The voice shouted. Chi Fu's brows furrowed as he shouted, "Kill them all!" "Wait." Chung Danian snorted and instantly landed on the stage. He stared at Chi Fu and said, "Chi Fu, what are you trying to do? Why did you bring out the 4 demons of Dao trading? What are you trying to do?" Chi Fu's mouth turned cold. He looked at Chung Danian coldly and said, "You'd better mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." He did not give him any face. Chung Danian was not afraid at all. He sneered, "Do you think the Dao Trading Alliance is yours? Let's see if you have the guts to kill me too. Do you know who he is? If you want to kill him, you have to think carefully." Chi Fu sneered, "No matter who he is, he will die today." Chung Danian frowned and shouted, "He is the one who improved the mystic exploding pellet, the one who forged the ancient flood Dragon Shen weapon. He is our Dao Commerce Alliance's VIP customer. He can bring endless benefits to the Dao Commerce Alliance. If you want to kill him, you have to think carefully. If the president finds out about this, you know the consequences." "Huh? What? It's him." Gasps of astonishment could be heard from all the private rooms. Chi Fu's expression changed as he looked at Luo Tian. This was something he hadn't expected. However, at this moment, Chi Fu's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. "I said that no matter who he is, he will die today. I also said that you should mind your own business. Otherwise, I will kill you too. I've changed my mind. You're going to die today too. If you die, no one will be able to tell the president about this matter. If he doesn't, then no one will know either." Ha ha ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Fu's eyes darkened. "Do it." In that instant, Luo Tian, Feng Lei, Xian Yuanyi, and Blind Lu's figures disappeared into thin air. There wasn't even a trace of aura. Chi Fu's expression darkened. Looking at the unconscious and Chun Chun on the ground, his heart tightened, and he shouted, "They didn't leave, they're still here, be careful!" Chung Danian also noticed this. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his body trembled, and he roared in his heart, "Invisibility pellet, invisibility pellet." He actually refined the invisibility pellet, and the aura in the air did not change at all. "I can't sense it at all, and once again improve the pellet. Oh my God, this kid is really amazing." He became more and more certain in his heart. He had to help Luo Tian. There were still some people in the venue who had not left. Their faces were filled with shock. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. On the stands of the private room, the half-beast man Kalei laughed wildly. "Good boy." The tall woman with a veil also chuckled softly and said, "What a strange pill. I wonder if he still has it." Li Wenzong's face was pale. No matter what, he could not let Luo Tian escape from the venue. Once he went out and the matter was leaked, then everything he had would be ruined. Bribing an assassin, assassinating the prince consort, assassinating the princess, even if he was the emperor's father-in-law, he would not be able to escape death. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue was extremely stifling. Chi Fu looked around, his eyeballs rolling around, and roared. "Find them for me. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Quickly find him for me." Chung Danian laughed out loud. "The strength of the 4 evil spirits of Daoshang is not enough. Even the strength of this Heaven's Net Killer is not enough. Ha ha ha. Little brother Luo Tian, can you let me sell this kind of pellet in the future? I will definitely sell it at a higher price than the profound explosion pellet. Ha ha ha. Invisibility." The invisibility pellet was something that Luo Tian had improved after dozens of experiments. He was similar to the profound explosion pellet. Unless it was a profound Sage Realm expert, it was impossible to sense their aura. However, they could not make a move either. Once they made a move, they would be discovered, and the invisibility pellet would lose its effect. The effect of one invisibility pellet was 10 minutes. In these 9 minutes, Luo Tian and the other 3 did not do anything. They all surrounded the Heaven's Net Killer. They were waiting for them to become manic, waiting for them to become impatient and their minds to relax. This killer's strength was a mystique venerable realm expert. If they could not kill him in one blow, then they would have no chance of winning the following battle. They must kill him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed second by second. Chi Fu's initial panic became manic, and he kept shouting, "You bunch of trash can't even sense a Mystique King realm trash. I really don't know what's the use of training you guys. Luo Tian, you dog, come out if you have the guts." Immediately, Chi Fu looked at Chun Chun on the ground and sneered sinisterly and said sinisterly, "You guys don't want to come out, right? Fine, I'll see how long you can hide." As he spoke, he strode to Chun Chun's side. The fox demon in the glass box had already cried herself hoarse. The moment she saw Chun Chun, her heart was about to break. She kept shouting, but the glass box was completely soundproof, and not a single sound could be heard. "No, no, don't hurt my daughter, don't!" The fox demon cried bitterly as tears streamed down her face. Feng Lei was shaken. Xian Yuan was also shaken. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Attack!" Suddenly, the 4 of them had already circulated the strength in their bodies to the peak. The 4 of them used their strength at the same time and heavily attacked. Bang! 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 The 4 sounds were like 4 heavy thunders, completely bombarding the Heaven's Net Killer's body. He could not resist the 4 attacks. Although he released the strength of a mystique venerable realm, Luo Tian and the others had not only used the invisibility pellet, but also the mystique explosion pellet. The strength was extremely fierce. Die. Chapter 4. Brothers, where are your monthly votes? Just one more monthly vote to surpass the one in front. Please, one more vote. Chapter 307. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. 4 of their strongest attacks were launched. Even a mystique venerable rank powerhouse would find it hard to resist, because it was too sudden and they had only attacked after so long, so their defense was a little lax. Moreover, his mission was Luo Tian, so their biggest enemy should be Chi Fu and not him. What he did not expect was that the 4 of them would attack him at the same time. Boom! 4 heavy attacks were launched. The Skynet Killer was sent flying. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian shouted, "Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Don't give him any chance to make a comeback." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian did not pursue. Instead, he suddenly came to Chun Chun's side. His body slid and blocked Chi Fu. He sneered sinisterly and punched Chi Fu's big belly. He roared, "Touch my people, you're courting death." Everything happened too quickly. Chi Fu's eyes darkened as he pushed out both his palms. He blocked Luo Tian's fist. Just as he was feeling proud, Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shouted again, "Level 4 Berserk!" Boom! The power on the fist suddenly increased by 16 times. A powerful shockwave directly numbed Chi Fu's palms. He could not block it at all, and the fist landed on his big belly. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, his body rolled on the ground and only stopped when he bumped into a large pillar. His hair was scattered and his face was pale. He was in a sorry state, like a dog. There were traces of blood in his eyes as he shouted, "The invisibility pill has lost its effect. Why haven't you killed them yet? Kill them. Kill them all." His teeth were about to shatter. The kind of anger was about to spurt out from his eyes. Luo Tian sent Chi Fu flying with a punch. He did not stop and shouted in a deep voice, "Wind Shadow Step, level 4. Whoosh! Without even an illusion, he instantly landed beside the Skynet killer and sat on him. He scolded, "You're the one who wants to kill me, right? Kill, get up and kill for me." His fists were like a rainstorm. The Heaven's Net killer didn't have any chance to make a move, and every time he attacked, he used the power of 9 dragons and elephants and level 4 berserk. He threw out hundreds of punches in a second, and the speed was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly with the naked eye. Extremely ferocious. Boom! Boom! Muffled sounds rang out from the center of the venue again and again, each time shocking the hearts of the spectators. Wu Liang's eyes were filled with fear. The complacent expression on young Master Tian Yu's face disappeared and was replaced with embarrassment. Mystique venerable rank. To be beaten to such an extent, they couldn't do it. Even if they were given the same people and the same pills, they still couldn't do it. Luo Tian's moves were completely random. He only remembered one thing, and that was to take your life while you were sick. Mystique venerable ones were still humans. There were times when he was beaten into a daze. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked at the same time, and he was beaten into a daze. However, Luo Tian didn't give him a chance to wake up. The power in his fists and the monstrous killing intent in his consciousness continued to attack. The killer's face was badly mutilated, and he was beaten beyond recognition. However, Luo Tian didn't dare to let go. He wasn't dead yet. Once he let go, he would be the one to die if he counterattacked. No matter how strong a Mystique Venerable One's was, they couldn't possibly be a match for a Mystique Venerable One's. There was no doubt about this. Luo Tian was very clear about this, so he didn't dare to stop or let go. The power in his fists was still maintained at the peak. The power of 9 dragons and elephants and level 4 berserk was released wildly, and his celestial chi value was rapidly depleted. Kill me. Kill. Your employer is here too, right? Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I'll *CK his 18 generations of ancestors. Boom, boom, boom. Li Wenzong's expression was extremely ugly, looking at Luo Tian crazily attacking the killer. Every punch seemed to hit his mind. It was very uncomfortable. At this moment, he finally realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, the only hope left in his heart was that Chi Fu could kill Luo Tian. He began to pray in his heart. The killer's head was almost smashed, but he wasn't dead yet. Mystique Venerable rank powerhouses were extremely strong in both strength and defense. They were all people who had cultivated for hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years. In Luo Tian's eyes, a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse had more than 8 million HP. Each of his punches could only cause a few hundred points of damage. Seeing his HP drop to 0, Luo Tian was ecstatic. At the same time, the 4 Daoist Shang demons attacked Luo Tian. Xianyuan Yi was the first to attack. He aimed his sword at the person holding the 3-meter-long sword and slashed towards him. "Loser, you're asking for it." The giant sword demon's eyes darkened. His long sword transformed into a huge crescent moon. A huge sword aura that could be seen with the naked eye flew up. His body followed closely behind the crescent moon sword aura. He sneered and shouted, "Die!" Phew! Xianyuan Yi suddenly closed his eyes and let out a soft exhale. The gigantic sword moved as well. The rust on the sword began to peel off, revealing long, mysterious runes that covered the entire blade. A sliver of light floated above the runes, and slowly, a powerful force began to emanate from the titanic, gate, godly sword. Sword spirit. The power of the sword spirit. This power entered Xian Yuanyi's body through the chains. At that moment, Xian Yuanyi's eyes suddenly shook, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. His entire body turned into a huge sword, and he instantly rushed out. The gigantic sword followed closely behind. Break! Rumble! With a sweep of his sword, he burst forth with boundless power. Rumble! Clang! Long cracks appeared on the three swords before they shattered. They couldn't withstand the power of the Juk sword spirit and Xian Yuanyi's combined swords. At this moment, the Juk sword fiend seemed to have seen an unimaginable power. Its pupils dilated as it became extremely scared. His entire body was sent flying by the impact. At the same time, Feng Lei's entire body was dripping with blood-red scales. Even his head was the same. The blood-red tattoo on the back of his head had completely disappeared and entered his body. His body carried an arrogant and fearless power, the primordial power of the demon ancestor. Grabbing one in each hand, he leaped up and then charged down like a battle axe. He directly pressed the twins into the ground. Their heads were completely buried in the ground. With the remaining half of their bodies, Feng Lei kicked down and shouted, "Die!" At this moment, Blind Lu sent the dwarf flying as well. A pair of thick wings appeared on his back. They were the miniature wings of an ancient giant demon. They carried a trace of the ancient giant demon's power as they sent the dwarf flying. Dumbfounded, too shocking. At the same time, Luo Tian leaped up, his fists were like thunder as he punched down. "Explode for me!" Chapter 5. There are still 5 chapters to be updated in the afternoon. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 308. Being able to defeat a mystique venerable rank powerhouse was all thanks to the invisibility pill. In terms of value, it might not be as good as the black explosion pill, but it was definitely more useful than the black explosion pill. It was the best pill for sneak attacks and escape. Luo Tian and the others won by luck. This was a little unfair to the Skynet assassins. However, in the world of martial arts, the strong preyed on the weak. There was no such thing as fairness. Moreover, the Skynet assassin was a mystique venerable rank. If it was a fair fight, 10 Luo Tians would not be a match for him. Luo Tian leaped high. His right fist was covered in thick flames as he struck down. Bang! Boom! The entire venue shook as a shocking explosion sounded. The assassin's head was directly smashed into pieces. His body twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. It was also at this moment that a system notification sounded. Luo Tian's heart tightened as a smug smile appeared on his face. He's finally dead. If he didn't, I would have died from exhaustion. In just a few minutes, Luo Tian's fists had thrown out at least tens of thousands of punches. This kind of speed almost overtaxed him. His arms were numb and his fists were bruised. If he did not die, even Luo Tian's strength would not be able to kill him. Moreover, the consumption of celestial qi was huge. The continuous use of 9 dragons and elephants in addition to level 4 berserk consumed a lot of celestial qi and quickly decreased. This was Luo Tian. If it was any other Mystique King rank 5, it would be impossible for them to have such dense celestial qi ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing number 18 Skynet Assassin. Obtained 1 million experience points, 200000 celestial qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 1000 high-grade magnetite. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Netherworld 8 blades. Will you cultivate it? A series of notifications sounded. Luo Tian didn't care about anything else. Just the fact that there were 1,000 high-grade profound stones made him incomparably shocked. He muttered, "What the hell? This guy actually has so many high-grade profound stones on him. Good money." This was the deposit that Li Wenzong gave him. Who would have thought that before he could even use a single one, they would all be dropped to Luo Tian? This was something he couldn't imagine even if he died. Luo Tian rejoiced inwardly and said to himself, "It just so happens that I've used up too much mystic energy. Magnetite replenishes mystic energy much faster than demon cores, so I'll start with 100 pieces." Magnetite. It was a kind of, or that absorbed the profound energy of heaven and earth to form. They had been absorbing for hundreds of thousands of years. Once it was released, there would be an endless supply of profound energy. This was something demonic nuclei couldn't compare with. The demonic nuclei took a long time to release, and the growth was too slow. However, profound stones could quickly replenish it. 100 upper-grade profound stones were swallowed by Luo Tian, and his profound qi value was rising crazily. Luo Tian grinned and turned to look at Qi Fu. He smiled and asked, "Who's the one who died here?" "Ha ha ha, how exciting! Little brother, I have high hopes for you. This fatty took people from other races to be auctioned, which made me very unhappy. You can beat them up one by one. This is really too satisfying, ha ha ha." Clay laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with explosive power, and the entire venue shook. It was even stronger than Luo Tian's punch. A light laugh could cause such a huge commotion. It was obvious how strong his cultivation was. The masked woman also smiled slightly. A 5th-level Mystic King combined with a Mystic Explosion pill to kill a Mystic Venerable Realm expert. This is the first time since ancient times. You're not simple. If there's a chance, the Southern Elf Forest welcomes you. Her voice was very pleasant, and people couldn't help but want to listen more. Southern Elf Forest. Then wasn't this woman from the elf race? Those who hadn't left were shocked again. They felt strange that someone could take out so much money to buy a mystic explosion pill. 10,000 years ago, other than the dragon race and the goblin race, the elf race was the wealthiest. After so many years of development, the elf race was even stronger than 10,000 years ago and had an unshakable position in the south. A 5th-level Mystic King killing a Mystic Venerable Realm expert. This was simply a myth. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Wu Liang's face was extremely ugly. The 2 elders behind him were the same. At this moment, they didn't want to stay in the venue for a second longer. They couldn't wait to fly back to the sect. They couldn't afford to offend Luo Tian. Young Master Tianyu was the same. It was as if someone had slapped him hard in the face. Thinking about how Luo Tian suddenly turned and didn't attack him, he thought to himself, "If he attacked me, would I be able to block it?" He boasted that he was the #1 person under Morong Wanjian, but it seemed like he couldn't be the #1 person at all. Luo Tian politely smiled at Kolei and the elf woman, then walked to Qi Fu, who was still screaming under the pillar. He squatted down and smiled. "Can you give me the controller now?" In order to open the glass box, one must have the controller on Qi Fu's body. It was like a remote control. It was made by a mechanism master. Without the controller, the glass box couldn't be opened. If it was opened by force, it would detonate the rune chain on Chun Chun's mother's neck. It was very likely to explode. Luo Tian didn't dare to take the risk. This was related to a person's life. At the same time, it was related to his S-rank mission. If the person died, the mission would naturally fail. Qi Fu heard the screams and looked at Luo Tian with a sinister smile. His face was still proud. He sneered arrogantly. "Do you think you can all leave? I said that all of you will die here. Do you think the Tao Trade Alliance only has the 4 demons of Tao Trade? Let me tell you, the Tao Trade Alliance is so powerful that you can't imagine." Ha ha ha! Qi Fu's face became more and more sinister. He shouted, "Guardian Long, it's time for you to appear!" Swoosh! The curtain of the first private room moved slightly, and a figure appeared. Cheng Danian's face darkened. He said in shock, "Long Tian, Left Envoy Long, why are you here?" that vice president, before he could finish, Long Tian stretched out his right index finger. A light flashed from his fingertip and directly shot Chung Danian's head. He said calmly, "Meddlesome." Bang! Chung Danian didn't resist at all. His head was directly blasted by a force. His body was on the verge of collapse. He held on for a few seconds before finally collapsing. How powerful was this? Luo Tian's face changed slightly. He looked at the old man with an aura that he couldn't sense. A sense of fear rose in his heart. He shouted, "Fatty, Xianyuan Yi blind Lu, don't mess around." Luo Tian didn't finish his words. Feng Lei suddenly raised his head and swallowed an invisibility pill. His body disappeared. At the same time, Xianyuan Yi and blind Lu also disappeared in an instant. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. He said in a heavy voice, "Don't mess around." Long Tian's dizzy eyes slightly raised. He said coldly, Chapter 6. Thanks to the future can't transfer the Rubik's Cube for 10,000 book coins. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 309. No. Luo Tian screamed hysterically. Chi Fu's eyes were ferocious as he laughed maniacally. Kill them! Kill them! Ha ha ha! As soon as Long Tian appeared, Luo Tian felt an oppressive feeling in his heart. This feeling did not come from pressure. It came from the feeling of Long Tian in his heart. There seemed to be no aura on his body. However, he could not sense it at all. This was his strength. The Skynet assassin just now was also a mystique venerable. His aura was cold and murderous. At least, Luo Tian could sense it. However, he could not sense Long Tian's aura at all. Moreover, he could easily kill Chung Danian, who was a mystique ancestor. His cultivation had already reached a terrifying realm. It was very likely that he was a mystique saint, powerless, full of powerlessness. Luo Tian screamed with all his might, but it was all too late. Long Tian's eyes darkened. His figure disappeared as he threw out 3 consecutive palms. 3 figures flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Lei, Xianyuan, and blind Lu's bodies flew out in a straight line. They crashed into the stands hundreds of meters away. The stands were overturned. The 3 of them were in ruins. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Long Tian smirked and said disinterestedly, "Weak." Chi Fu stood up again. He was extremely proud. He said to Long Tian, "Guardian Long, this is the daughter that the president wants. Please bring her over." Chi Fu pointed at Chun Chun, who was still unconscious on the ground. Luo Tian suddenly moved. He instantly stood in front of Chun Chun and said, "You can't touch her!" Long Tian did not have any expression. His fist turned into a palm, and he slammed it toward Luo Tian's chest. In an instant, Luo Tian's mind moved. The 7-star armored vest appeared on his body, and a faint divine light burst out from his body. When the palm came down, Luo Tian's chest was in extreme pain. His body leaned forward, and his feet touched the ground. Under the tip of his feet, there was dust on the bluestone floor. His feet drew a deep mark. Even with the protection of the 7-star armored vest, Luo Tian's internal organs were violently shaken, and his body was pushed back 5 meters. However, he didn't die. Long Tian raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. His eyes narrowed as he revealed a trace of a playful sneer. Armor treasure. His level isn't low either. He should be above the Earth rank, right? Luo Tian's body was in turmoil. It was extremely unbearable, but he did his best to endure it. He stood up straight and said, "Can you let her go? I'll double the price. 800 million. By their lives." Long Tian was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could not be shaken. The difference in cultivation between the 2 of them could no longer be described with words. Luo Tian could not even look up to Long Tian's cultivation realm. Chi Fu laughed complacently and said, "You are really rich. 800 million to buy 2 playthings. You are even more willing than the sky will king. Luo Tian, I will definitely accept your 800 million. But don't even think about taking away their playthings, because you are going to die today. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, They are not playthings, they are also people. Ha ha ha. Chi Fu laughed a few times and said, The demon fox race has always been for humans to play with. Their natural brow bone is to please the human race, and their existence is to let us men know what a true paradise is. They are the best playthings in the world in bed, the most comfortable playthings for you. Playthings, understand? Their demon fox race has been playthings for generations, ha ha ha. The more he spoke, the more sinister Chi Fu's expression became. The word plaything kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind, and seeing Chi Fu's incomparably complacent expression, he roared in his heart, F***CK, your ancestors! 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Second stage. Level 4 Berserk. Come out. Roar. Luo Tian's entire body's strength skyrocketed. His skin turned scarlet red. The power in his body was about to exceed the limits of his physical body's endurance. His entire body was emitting a powerful aura. At this moment, Luo Yen recklessly raised his berserk once again. Are you sure you want to level up? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up the sacred art berserk. Currently at level 5 berserk, you can release 32 times the attribute power. Rumble, rumble. Luo Tian's body almost couldn't bear it, but the anger in his heart was released even more. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was incomparably ferocious. His fist sank again, and he roared towards the sky. Level 5 Berserk! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. An incomparably loud muffled sound of thunder exploded within Luo Tian's body. His originally scarlet skin had already turned red like a piece of burning iron. Thick flames rose from the top of his head. Flames formed from the burning of his power. At this moment, and Chun, who had been unconscious all this time, woke up, seeing Luo Tian's entire body red. As if his entire body was in a furnace, she cried out, Big brother Luo Tian, don't be like this, don't be like this. Quickly leave, don't worry about me and my mother. Quickly leave. She was dumbfounded. At that moment, she didn't know what she could do to help Luo Tian, so she thought of death. She didn't want Luo Tian to suffer such intense pain. Seeing Luo Tian on the verge of madness, with an expression of incomparable pain, her heart felt very uncomfortable, and Chen couldn't say anything about that kind of uncomfortable feeling, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Level 5 Berserk. 32 times the attribute power. In addition to the power of 2 dragons and 2 elephants, Luo Tian's body was about to explode. His body simply couldn't withstand such a powerful force. But he had no other choice. Seeing and Chen wake up, Luo Tian smiled and said, I promised you I will definitely help you save your mother. We made a pinky promise, don't worry, I will definitely save your mother. In the Ghost Prison Mountain Range, in the Luo family of Jade Mountain City, in the North City, in the Imperial Palace, and Chen's cute smiling face appeared in Luo Tian's mind. Big brother Luo Tian, let's pinky promise. Big brother Luo Tian, when Chen grows up, I will marry you. Big brother Luo Tian, don't ever leave me, okay? Big brother Luo Tian, Chen will never be naughty again. Every word of hers echoed in Luo Tian's heart. Thinking of these, Luo Tian's heart felt warm. Even if he had to risk his life, he would save her mother and bring in Chen out of here. Because they had made a pinky promise. Long Tian was shocked. Luo Tian's power was almost at the mystique venerable rank. What kind of skill did he practice? Too strong. However, it wasn't over yet. Luo Tian looked up and swallowed a mystic explosion pill. His cultivation immediately rose from level 5 Mystique King to level 7 Mystique King, and his strength doubled. At this moment, he was ready to risk his life. He clenched his fists. A series of air explosions sounded around him. Rumble, rumble. Luo Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile. His entire person was like a mad demon. Chapter 7 delivered. There was a mistake in the title of the previous chapter. Because it was a VIP chapter, it couldn't be changed. Therefore, old Neo is at fault. Please forgive. __. Chapter 310. So terrifying. The power released by Luo Tian's body caused the entire venue to fall into panic. Wu Liang didn't dare to stay any longer. He was so scared that his legs went soft. He was barely able to stand up and walk over with the help of 2 elders. Young Master Tianyu, who had been floating in the air, had also disappeared at some point. Luo Tian, he was no match for him at all. His cheeks were burning. It was extremely painful to be slapped in the face by Luo Tian's power. Ha ha ha, strong enough, brave enough? Boy, I'm starting to like you. Long Tian, he's just a profound king, realm martial artist. You won't be too heavy on him, right? If you seal your power at the peak of the profound king realm, no, the peak of the profound ancestor realm, you won't be his match. Do you want to give it a try? Kalei frowned anxiously. He was anxious for Luo Tian. The elf woman was the same. The power that Luo Tian had erupted with was too shocking. This kind of person shouldn't die here. The elf woman's body darkened, and a 7-colored holy light faintly rose from her palm. At the same time, Cray was holding a huge warhammer in his right hand. Chi-Fu was so scared that he peed his pants. His face was as pale as ash and his crotch was wet. Looking at Luo Tian, his whole body was red. The power that erupted from his body made his mind tremble. For the first time in his life, fear rose in his heart. This was the 2nd time since he became the general manager of the Dow Commerce Alliance. The first time was in front of the president. That was a crushing aura, but now it was different. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's. But now he didn't have the slightest strength to resist the power released by Luo Tian. His whole body trembled, and he urged, "Kill him, Protector Long, quickly kill him, fear." Incomparable fear. His heart fell into incomparable panic, and he couldn't wait for Long Tian to tear Luo Tian into pieces. Long Tian frowned slightly and said indifferently, "You are very strong, very strong. If you were given some more time to grow, you might have had the opportunity to reach the peak of the profound sage realm. Unfortunately, it's really a pity that you are going to die today. I don't want to kill you, but you must die." Long Tian's cold expression revealed a trace of pity. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be virtuous. You're not a good person either. Do you think I'll be grateful to you just because you said a few words? In my eyes, you're the one who's going to die, boss." From the moment Long Tianyi appeared, Luo Tian's eyes flashed. Boss. Without a doubt, he was the ultimate boss. A peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse could see through the invisibility pill at a glance. Their strength was infinitely close to the profound sage realm. Long Tian's cultivation was heaven-defying to Luo Tian. This was also completely in line with the standards of an S-rank mission. If it was not even this difficult, it would not be worthy of being called an S-rank mission. Long Tian's expression turned cold as he snorted and said, "Do you think you're a match for me with your current strength? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Even if you release such powerful strength, you're still an ant. Squashing you to death is a piece of cake." Luo Tian did not waste time talking nonsense with him and directly scolded. "Then King, come at me. You're courting death." Long Tian glared as a ball of anger rose in his heart. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in an instant he attacked. The strength of a mystique venerable rank powerhouse was released, and his palm landed heavily on Luo Tian's chest. "Humph, is this all you've got?" Luo Tian did not move and allowed Long Tian's palm to hit him. The aura of the 7 Stars Great Emperor flowed within the 7 Stars armored vest. How powerful was the 7 Stars Great Emperor! Moreover, Luo Tian's defense had been increased by 32 times. This time, Luo Tian's body only trembled slightly. Long Tian was shocked. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the blood-sucking blade appeared in his hand. He slashed out horizontally. Blade chi like fire. The blade cut through the space in front of Luo Tian and continued to slash towards Long Tian's body through the void. Luo Tian's right hand moved and waved heavily. A khaki energy instantly attacked, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Break for me!" Boom! The incomparably dense blade chi was instantly shattered. Luo Tian also took the opportunity to rush out. The long blade dragged on the ground and made a series of metal-cutting sounds. It was ear-piercing and unbearable. Long Tian retreated slightly, and his expression became serious. He was shocked. Where did this kid come from? The cultivation techniques he cultivates are all incomparably powerful. Even I have never cultivated such a variety of powerful cultivation techniques. How did he cultivate them? Seeing Luo Tian rush over, the space between his brows twitched, and his body suddenly stopped. He clasped his palms together and closed his eyes. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "Barren earth, power of the netherworld, dragon soaring heaven, appear! Ninefold dragon divine palm, break for me!" The elf woman's expression changed drastically as she shouted anxiously, "Retreat, you're no match for him!" Kulei flew down and slammed the warhammer in his hand down. He cursed angrily, "Long Tian, do you have any F** king shame? You actually used a heaven-tier cultivation technique on a mystic monarch brat. You've completely embarrassed the mystic venerable realm." The warhammer fell, and the entire venue let out a violent rumble. Kulei did not go forward, and he could not go forward. He represented the beast men. Once they became enemies with the Dao Commerce Alliance, the beast men would lose their powerful support. Then, their life in the wildlands would become more and more difficult. However, this violent rumble reminded Luo Tian that it was dangerous. He could not go forward. Long Tian sneered and threatened, "The two of you better not interfere. Otherwise, you know very well how powerful the Dao Commerce Alliance is." As soon as he finished speaking, a khaki-colored power condensed on Long Tian's palms. The power contained a terrifying aura. It was strong, a ridiculously strong power. At this moment, Luo Tian had no way out. He gripped the hilt of his saber tightly with both hands and leaped up. He released all his power on the blood-sucking saber and shouted in his mind, "Let me see the power of the world's #1 saber!" Tyrannical slash. Explode! The saber slashed down. With endless arrogance and tyrannical power, the saber slashed down. Long Tian's expression was ferocious as he moved his right palm. Ninefold dragon divine palm, brat go to hell. His right palm continued to move. 9 palms appeared in the void and superimposed on each other in an instant. The 9 palms joined forces, and a divine dragon appeared. A vigorous dragon roar was heard from Long Tian's palm. The power of the divine dragon was imbued with the power of the divine dragon as it struck Luo Tian's tyrannical chop. "Brother Luo Tian, boss! Boss! Dragon head!" At this moment, the 3 of them climbed up from the ruins with difficulty. Their bodies were covered in blood and were almost crippled. Looking at the battle between Luo Tian and Long Tian, their hearts sank. Rumble. Chapter 8. 2 more monthly votes to catch up with the first place. Begging for monthly votes. 2 more chapters will be delivered tonight. Chapter 311. Peak Power. The strongest confrontation. A 5th-level Mystic King against a peak Mystic Venerable. How great was the disparity in strength! However, Long Tian, who was at the peak of the Mystic Venerable, had no choice but to use his strongest power, his strongest cultivation technique, the 9 Dragon God Palm. Heaven rank cultivation technique. This set of palm techniques could instantly kill all martial artists below the profound sage realm. This was the cultivation technique that Long Tian was most proud of. It was also because of this cultivation technique that he became the protector of the Dow Commerce Alliance and enjoyed tens of thousands of high-grade magnetite cultivation resources every year. He had never thought that he would use it to deal with a mere 5th-level Mystic King youth. Never. However, today he had no choice but to do so. Luo Tian, the power of 2 dragons and 2 elephants, the attribute power of the 5th-level Berserk, and the power of the Mystic Exploding Pill. The 3 powers stacked together and then completely entered the blood-sucking blade, completely activating the power of the number 1 blade in the world. If these powers were on the body of an ordinary Mystic King martial artist, their physical body would probably explode. Luo Tian, he felt very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. It was as if his skin and flesh were cracking inch by inch, his bones were breaking inch by inch, and his internal organs were shattering inch by inch. This kind of pain was indescribable, but for Chun for his promise, he gritted his teeth, risked his life, and forcefully endured it, holding the 1,800-kilogram blood-sucking blade tightly with both hands. He released all the power in his body into the blade. Rumble! Rumble! The blade soul of the tyrant blade was extremely excited. This kind of power made him extremely excited. A bloody light soared into the sky and slashed down angrily. The domineering power pressed down on Long Tian as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Long Tian's hair bun was blown into a mess, his robes were fluttering, and the flesh on his face was pressed down by this power. The 9 palms merged into one, and the power of the dragon god poured in. He raised his palm and roared, "Brat die!" The 2 forces collided. The world lost its color. Flames soared into the sky. Luo Tian, Long Tian, with them as the center, the area 10 meters away from them exploded crazily. Each explosion was stronger than the last. An entire venue quickly collapsed, turning into dust in an instant. The shockwave of energy swept through the entire Heaven Sword City. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Clay's face was pale as he slammed the warhammer in his hand into the ground. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the shockwaves from the energy slashed across his face like knives. He was also a peak mystique venerable rank fighter, and this kind of power made him feel a sense of fear. He was too strong. The elf clan woman's body was covered with a 7-colored holy screen, and the 10-colored barrier trembled slightly. Her face was also pale, and she was completely shocked by this power. Was this still the Mystic King realm? Was he just a teenager who wasn't even 20 yet? It was too unbelievable. At this moment, everyone was filled with admiration for Luo Tian. Regardless of whether he died today or not, his name would cause a sensation on this continent. Bang! Long Tian's body suddenly sank, and he staggered back a few steps. The blood in his chest roiled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. His face was pale, but the corner of his mouth revealed a complacent sneer. Boom! Clang! A man and a saber fell from the sky. The bloody light on Wild Draw Blade's body dimmed a lot, and its original domineering aura also disappeared a lot, as if it was seriously injured. Luo Tian collapsed in the ruins. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. His fists were still clenched tightly, and he clenched them again and again. He shouted in his heart, "Can't I? Still can't I? Can I really not do it? Luo Tian, are you really going to admit defeat?" He could be said to be the first person in history to be able to fight a peak mystique, venerable, rank fighter to this extent. Big brother Luo Tian, boss, and Chun cried until her eyes were blurred, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Xian Yuanyi, Feng Lei, and Blind Lu ran down crazily as if they didn't care about their lives. Each of them was heavily injured, but when they saw Luo Tian lying motionless on the ground, they ignored their injuries and all rushed down. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha, Chi Fu laughed. His laughter was extremely ferocious and arrogant. He pointed at Luo Tian on the ruins and scolded, "You dog, you want to fight with me? Don't you know who you are? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to fight with me? Ha ha ha." He laughed crazily. He completely released the fear he had just now. He walked forward step by step, with a cold smile on his face, and walked to Luo Tian's side. Feng Lei blocked it. Slap. A slap came down. Bang! Feng Lei fell to the ground. He got up again and used his body to block Luo Tian. Chi Fu slapped him again. He fell again, got up again and blocked it again. He slapped again and again. Feng Lei's head was full of blood and it flowed down. His entire head did not look human at all. His eyes, mouth, nose, and even the tip of his hair were all dripping with blood. His body was still motionless in front of Luo Tian, and he grinned and said in a low voice, "Those who touch my boss die!" "Get down!" Chi Fu slapped him again. Bang! Feng Lei's head hit a rock, but blood gushed out. This time he did not get up. Just as Chi Fu was about to take a new step, Xian Yuanyi stood up and grinned. He smiled very happily, very happily. He had never smiled so happily in his life. He said fiercely, "Those who touch my boss die." Chi Fu laughed deeply and mocked loudly. "Ha ha ha, there are really people in this world who are not afraid of death, ha ha ha," as soon as his laughter fell. Chi Fu's palm slapped down. Xian Yuanyi did not fall, because he was holding a sword in his hands. Chi Fu's gaze turned ferocious, and he slapped him again. Xian Yuanyi was holding on. He did not move, and his eyes were extremely simple. He held on tightly. He knew very well that this little bit of damage was nothing to his boss, Luo Tian. Under the power of a peak mystique venerable, the damage was unimaginably terrifying. Chi Fu's hand hurt from slapping, and he was tired. He panted heavily. At this moment, Xian Yuanyi was also covered in blood. Only a pair of bright eyes were left. They were as firm as the sword intent that he had cultivated for many years. He stared into the distance. Chi Fu turned around angrily and found a broken saber. He then turned to Long Tian and said, "Protector Long, I'll have to trouble you to bring that little girl to the vice president. Leave this group of trash to me." Immediately after, Long Tian walked forward and grabbed and Chun with one hand, as if he was holding a chicken that had fallen into water. And Chun's tears were about to dry up. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother Luo Tian, save me. Mother, save me. Mother." All of a sudden, Luo Tian, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky, "I've become a demon!" Chapter 9. There was still one more chapter before 10 o'clock. Chapter 312. Big Brother Luo Tian, save me. And Chun's voice woke Luo Tian up. Waking up from the dark abyss, he saw the word hell in the dark abyss. He saw the grim Reaper smiling at him. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. However, when he heard Chun's cry, he woke up abruptly and thought to himself, "I still have a mission to complete. I still have a promise to fulfill. I can't die. I definitely can't die." At that moment, Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. The moment he opened his eyes, Luo Tian did not hesitate and immediately activated 1,000,000 undead demons in exchange for becoming a demon. He had no other choice. If he had any other choice, even the slightest choice, he would not choose to become a demon. Because when he completed the great art of bedevilment mission, when he was about to activate the bedevilment, a system notification popped up. Bedevilment would plant a demon's heart. The demon's heart would make you lose yourself, and it was very likely that you would kill your loved ones. Demon's heart. Luo Tian did not know what it was. However, he knew very well what bedevilment was and what it felt like. When the gore fiend was about to take control of him, he felt the strength of the demon's heart. That killing intent, that ruthlessness, it was a horror that he could not imagine. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than the million corpses in the massacre world. Therefore, Luo Tian hesitated. He did not choose to become a demon the moment he completed the mission. He did not choose to become a demon when he faced the Skynet assassin who was Mystique venerable rank. However, he had no choice now. Feng Lei's fate was unknown. Xian Yuan stood there motionless with his sword in hand. He was the same. The demon's wings on blind Lu's body grew bigger and bigger. If he did not stop it, he would probably turn into an ancient troll again. Luo Tian knew the pain very well. Blind Lu's injuries when he turned into an ancient troll last time had not completely healed. If he activated the ancient troll in his body again, he would probably die. Luo Tian had no other choice. He looked up at the sky and roared, "I'm going to become a demon!" Ding! Reminder! Player Luo Tian is sure you want to become a demon. Yes. Ding! Reminder again. Player Luo Tian, are you sure you want to become a demon? Do you want to know what will happen after becoming a demon? Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to turn into a demon. Don't talk to me anymore. Luo Tian rebuked irritably. Half a second later. Ding! Player Luo Tian has chosen to become a demon. Ding! System matching, bedevilment activated. Luo Tian closed his eyes and waited for the random selection. This kind of randomness made him a little irritated. If it was a demon soldier, how could he deal with Long Tian? He was secretly nervous. Luo Tian couldn't help but clench his fists and frown. At this moment, his heart calmed down, and he quietly waited for the result. This process felt as long as 10,000 years, so long that he almost fainted from the pain. The moment Luo Tian chose to turn into a demon, and Chen Chen in Long Tian's hand closed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, his entire body shone brightly as a holy light soared into the sky. Following that, it descended from the sky and directly landed on Luo Tian's body. Bit by bit, Luo Tian's body was sucked in. The demon foxwoman in the glass box had a dull look in her eyes. Long Tian stopped. His eyes were filled with shock. Cray was stunned. The elven woman was also stunned. Chi Fu was also stunned, but he quickly reacted and became extremely excited in his heart. The power that the vice president wants. This is the power that the vice president wants. It's indeed extraordinary. Ha ha ha. At this moment, his eyes were flashing, his hands holding onto the railing. His heart was filled with unspeakable excitement, and he muttered to himself in a low voice, "The legends are true. The demon fox race actually has this kind of divine power. Ha ha ha. This time, I'll definitely be able to break through. I'll definitely be able to. Ha ha ha." Because Luo Tian's eyes were closed, and he did not notice anything. He only felt that the system had some strange changes. Originally, it was a random selection of demons, but in the end, it suddenly stopped at one place. It was also at this moment. The system beep sounded out in his mind. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. The moment to decide his fate had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully becoming a demon. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for becoming the demon emperor Xing Tian. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the heaven-punishing sacred art, beheading strike. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the heaven-punishing sacred art. Panga God Slash. Excited, Luo Tian thought that he had misheard. He opened the system and looked at it word by word. When he saw the words bedeviled Xingtian, his blood boiled. Xingtian, one of the top 10 ancient demons. He possessed unparalleled power. How could it be him? Could it be that his luck had exploded? This was simply a heaven-defying demon emperor. Xingtian's power was so terrifying and powerful that even Luo Tian himself could not describe it. At this moment, his entire body felt as if it was filled with chicken blood. He was incomparably excited, and every cell in his body was excited. Xingtian, War God Xingtian, one of the top 10 ancient demon emperors. His strength is second only to Qiyu. How heaven-defying is Laozi's luck to actually be randomly selected as the demon emperor Xing Tian. System, I love you for 10,000 years. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. However, he did not know that the reason why he was able to choose the demon emperor Xing Tian was all because of Chen Chen. The mysterious power in her body caused the system to change its original choice. This was in Chen Chen's power, unparalleled divine power. In that instant, the system sounded out again. Ding! Are you bedeviled? Luo Tian grinned sinisterly. The idea moved and said, Yes. Rumble. An explosive sound came out from Luo Tian's body as he suddenly stood up. He grinned sinisterly as he stared at Chi Fu and said coldly, You will die! Then, he looked at Long Tian and said, You will die too! Luo Tian's gaze, the words he said, were like the god of death. That feeling caused Long Tian's heart to tremble. Chi Fu was so scared that he fell to the ground, and then looked at Luo Tian seriously. He realized that he had become a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. He scolded angrily, You dog, even if you die 10,000 times, Laozi will not die. Long Tian's brows relaxed, and he laughed coldly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that your little bit of strength can kill me? Why don't you take a look at your own cultivation? In front of me, you will always be an ant that will never be able to turn over. And Chen Chen was very weak, very weak. Seeing Luo Tian stand up, he smiled lightly and said to Long Tian very seriously, You really will die! In a split second, Luo Tian clenched his fists, and his entire body began to undergo a crazy change. The unparalleled power of the Demon Emperor erupted from his body. The Demon Emperor Xing Tian had descended. Chapter 10 Delivery. 6 more votes to reach 50. Brothers, can you give me another vote? Don't forget the recommendation ticket. Chapter 3:13. Demon Emperor Xing Tian. The dense aura of the demon race emanated from his body. Savage, ruthless, bloody, with an incomparably dense, murderous aura. Luo Tian's entire body was changing. He was nearly 3 meters tall, and the muscles on his body had expanded. It was a dark blood-red color, and his hair had all turned blood-red. His 2 eyes flashed with a dense blood-red light. His naked upper body looked as if it was cast from copper, filled with incomparably powerful strength. Every inch of his skin, and even his pores, were filled with powerful strength. Feeling this powerful force, Luo Tian became excited and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! The laughter shook the air. Bang! 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 Around his body, a series of explosions came from the depths of the earth like fountains. It was a terrifying mess. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's right hand moved, and the blood god's heavenly domain sword appeared in his hand. The purple-red light was the symbol of the holy artifact. The holy artifact that exploded from the bloodline. It contained the power of the bloodline, and also the power of the heavenly domain immortal stone. Luo Tian gently grasped it, and the power of his body and the heavenly domain sword quickly fused, forming a resonance. The sword released an incomparably ear-piercing sword cry that sounded like the howl of a god, and following that, a ball of red light burst out from the sword, and the purple light became even stronger. Holy artifact! Demon race holy artifact! Isn't that sword the blood demon, heavenly domain divine, sword that had disappeared for 10,000 years? How could it be in his hands? This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. He is actually the second-ranked war god Xing Tian of the 10 great ancient demon emperor. There were only a few people in the venue whose faces were filled with incomparable shock. Just as they were discussing about the blood god's heavenly domain divine sword, Luo Tian had also put on the blood god's armor and blood god's ring. The scarlet blood light on his body became even more terrifying, as if one would be invaded by demons and lose their minds. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He pointed his sword fiercely at Chi Fu, who was already scared silly and snorted coldly. I told you you would die! The laughter was very thick. It was very heavy, and there was a domineering aura in his words that could not be defied. It was a domineering aura that only the Demon Emperor could release. Chi Fu's face was extremely pale. He looked in the direction of VIP room number 1, his body trembling as he shouted, Vice President, save me, save me, save me. Luo Tian followed Chi Fu's gaze and saw a man standing on the viewing platform of the number 1 private room. The man looked no different from an ordinary person. He laughed arrogantly and said, He's your dog, isn't he? It's you who wants to hit on Chun, right? Luo Tian frowned. He turned his head and glared at Chi Fu. Suddenly, he shouted and slightly stomped his right foot. Die for me! Pooh! Bang! Chi Fu's body was instantly destroyed by a force. His body turned into fine powder. Just a thought was enough to kill him. He couldn't resist at all, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. When the thought entered his body, his eyes darkened, and his body instantly exploded. Not even a drop of blood came out. It directly turned into fine powder. Terrifying! It was too terrifying. Even Long Tian was unable to do it. Cray became excited. Staring at the bedeviled Luo Tian, he laughed out loud. Brat, you're fierce enough. I like it. Ha ha ha. The elf clan frowned. She did not say anything, but looked at Luo Tian carefully. The elf clan and the demon clan had an irreconcilable enmity. Seeing Luo Tian become bewitched, her heart sank. However, she was still happy for Luo Tian. This young man was truly amazing. Regardless of whether he was from the demon clan or not, Luo Tian was indeed amazing. The system sounded out. Luo Tian did not pay any attention to it, and once again looked at VIP room 1, laughed coldly and said, He's also your dog, right? Bang! Long Tian put Chun down, his expression serious. He did not ask the vice president for help like Chi Fu, but instead took a step forward, releasing all the power of a peak mystique venerable rank. There was still a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and he said, Turning into a demon, I knew you weren't anything good. You're actually from the demon clan, and you think you can defeat me by turning into a demon emperor? Your own cultivation is there. Even if you turn into a demon, you'll still have the strength of a mystique king. Indeed, Luo Tian turned into a demon, and his cultivation was still at the mystique king. Although he was the demon emperor Xing Tian, his cultivation could not be changed. He was still at the mystique king. There were many restrictions. He could only turn into a demon once a day, and it could not exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, the demon heart in his body would take the opportunity to grow, and the demon heart would take over his body. Then he would never be able to change into a human form again, and he would never be able to take it back. He would only be a puppet of the demon heart. The cultivation of the demon body increased along with Luo Tian's. This was something that could not be changed. However, this was already a pleasant surprise for Luo Tian, because if he had 2 professions in the game, the other profession would have to be reborn from level 1, which would take his life. How could the demon emperor Xing Tian, who was at the Mystique King realm, be compared to an ordinary Mystique King? Moreover, the most important point, Luo Tian's human body could not use Xing Tian's skills, and the skills of the demon clan could not be used at all. However, the demon body could use all the skills that Luo Tian had cultivated before. This surprised him greatly. So, when Long Tian walked over, Luo Tian laughed. His laugh was very arrogant, and it made Long Tian very unhappy. Long Tian stood 10 steps away from Luo Tian and stopped. He said disdainfully, Laugh? Laugh as much as you want. You'll have the chance to laugh later. You can only laugh in hell. His voice sank. The power of a peak mystique venerable rank was released endlessly. Strong winds blew, and his robes fluttered. There were continuous explosive sounds in the void, and the space around him became distorted. The power of a peak mystique venerable rank was really terrifying. Clasping his palms together, the 9-palm prince landed on 9 positions on his body. Long Tian's long hair flew, and his eyes were like gods. Wave after wave of power burst out from his dantian, circulating on the 9-palm prince. 9 dragon divine palm? It seems a little different this time. It's at least 3 times stronger than before. This old man was hiding his strength just now. Looks like after this chapter, that kid won't be able to withstand it, even if he transformed into a demon. The difference in strength is too great. Transforming into a demon can't change it. Kid, be careful. Kulei's heart tightened, and he took a few steps back before stopping. He did not dare to get too close, because the power released from Long Tian's body was too terrifying. Luo Tian's lips curled slightly, and he smiled, revealing a deathly smile, and said, "Still this unorthodox technique? I'll show you what a divine technique is. Level 5 Rage. 9 dragons, 9 elephants. Black explosion pill. Demon Emperor Xing Tian decapitation strike, behead. A new day, monthly votes, recommendation votes, all of them. There were many things to do today, but there would still be 5 chapters to update today. There was only 1 chapter in the morning, and the updates would be in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 314. He once again stacked his strength. Only this time, it was a little different from the previous time. Demon Emperor Xing Tian's body was able to easily withstand the power. There was no pain at all, nor was there any swelling pain. Plus, the blood god ring and the armor released the power of the semi-artifact. In an instant, Luo Tian channeled all of this power into the blood god heavenly domain divine sword. Xing Tian's body was not used to that kind of heavenly domain sword. He preferred to use rough axes. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he took a step forward, and the demonic flames on his body surged out like a raging sea. His blood-red eyes stared at Long Tian, and he laughed maniacally. Die! At this moment, Long Tian's 9 palms merged into one. The power of the dragon god surged out, and the yellow aura also soared to 100,000 feet. Seeing Luo Tian's sword slashing towards him, his eyes darkened, and he shouted, "The one who will die will definitely be you. 9 dragon god palm, destroy! Decapitation strike. Kill! Kill!" A sword slashed down, and a palm struck out. At this moment, the earth and yellow energy collided with the dark, demonic flames. Just like an antimatter bomb, all the light in the surroundings dimmed and was sucked in. Then it suddenly exploded, and the shock wave of power rose to 100,000 feet like a tsunami, sweeping out heavily. 10 meters away from the two of them, another series of explosions could be heard. It was as if the earth had collapsed and the world had been destroyed. The entire Heaven Sword City shook violently. This shock wave spread to the netherworld and beyond the 9 heavens, alarming countless experts. Even the demons in the demon territory cheered. A while ago, it was the blood demon's aura that spread throughout the world. This time, it was the demon emperor Xing Tian. Could it be that the demon clan was going to sweep through and slaughter the world again? This was the thought in the hearts of those experts. Because Luo Tian's power as a demon emperor was simply too strong, too powerful, they had no choice but to think so. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power of the 9 dragon god palm collapsed. The power of the decapitation strike also dissipated. This time, Luo Tian's body did not shake at all. He did not even feel the slightest bit of vibration. Long Tian's face was pale, and he staggered back. His eyes were filled with fear, and the blood in his chest churned. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of black blood. At this moment, he raised his eyes and looked at VIP Room 1. Not dead. F*CK, this guy's strength is too weak. Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain. Although he didn't kill Long Tian, he was already very happy in his heart. The decapitation strike was Devil Emperor Xing Tian's magical power. It was very powerful. However, Luo Tian's strength was not enough. His current cultivation was only at the profound king realm, and he was completely unable to unleash the true might of the beheading strike. If it was Devil Emperor Xing Tian, let alone Long Tian, who was at the mystic venerable realm, even a peak stage mystic Tharch expert would be smashed into smithereens by this attack. How powerful was the divine might! Seeing Luo Tian's frightened appearance, Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come again. Are you scared now? Are you impotent?" Long Tian's face was ferocious, and the flames of fury in his heart were boundless. He shouted, "Brat, don't be smug." Proud? So what if I'm proud of it? Come up and bite me? F***CK. You son of a B***TCH. Where's your arrogance from just now? Luo Tian was rather proud, and he looked at Long Tian with disdain. He walked forward step by step, and said coldly, "I'm proud of it. Come and bite me, come on." They were aggressive. He did not give anyone face at all. Luo Tian was like this. Arrogant, he would be arrogant to the extreme. So what if he was a peak stage mystic venerable realm expert? He still had to kneel before me, seeing his brothers fall into pools of blood one by one, seeing in Chun crying her eyes out, seeing in Chun's mother screaming her heart out, but not being able to make any sound. Luo Tian's heart was pressuring him until he could not breathe. His anger had never disappeared. Therefore, he was ruthlessly arrogant, desperately arrogant, and unleashed all the anger in his heart. Step by step, the demonic flames on his body shot out tens of thousands of feet. The heavenly domain divine sword was screaming. The blood god armor, the blood god ring were screaming, and even the powerful demonic heart hidden in Xing Tian's body was screaming. At this moment, Luo Tian stepped heavily on the ground, both of his hands tightly gripping the sword hilt, and laughed maniacally. "You're not coming, are you? If you don't come, I will." Suddenly, the aura of power on Luo Tian's body surged once again. The devil flames on his body immediately turned dark red, devouring everything around him. He pointed his sword at Long Tian and said sinisterly, "Die!" Enough! Boom! With a loud sound, the devil flames on Luo Tian's body were instantly suppressed. Luo Tian raised his eyes and stared at the ordinary man in box number 1. His body released an aura that only the demon emperor had, that kind of arrogance, tyranny, and disregard for everything. He shouted coldly, "Is that enough? Why do I feel like it's just the beginning? Kid, take your men and leave this place. I'll pretend that nothing happened today." The man said casually, his eyes revealing a kind of charity. Ku Lei frowned and immediately reminded him, "Brother, let's go." While speaking, he kept giving Luo Tian a look. Obviously, this man was very terrifying. Luo Tian did not retreat in the slightest and laughed. "You are the one who caused this, and now you say it's over and done with? Who the F***CK do you think you are? Kneel down and count out to me 10,000 times, and this matter will be over." "Presumptuous!" the middle-aged man bellowed. Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest and scolded angrily, "How dare you?" The middle-aged man's gaze darkened, and an incomparably powerful force pressed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not care about him at all. He turned to look at Long Tian and said, "Your master is very unhappy, but I am very happy. I want to kill people when I am happy, so you can go to hell for me." 5 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He raised his head, swallowed a handful of profound explosion dan, and shouted, "Explode for me!" Boom, boom, boom. He once again released his strongest power. The devil flames once again grew unbridled. He turned to look at the man in the sky, grinned sinisterly, and said, "Die for me!" A sword slashed down. Long Tian was unable to resist at all. He was incomparably afraid, so afraid that he could die. In the end, he cried out loudly, Big brother, save me! Kid, you're courting death! The man was extremely angry. He released an incomparable majesty from his body and turned into an incomparably ferocious ancient wolf. He directly pounced towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed. The angrier others were, the more excited and arrogant he was. This was a devil. Looking at the middle-aged man's rage, Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. He slashed down with his sword and directly split Long Tian's body into 2 halves. Raging Sky roared, "Explode for me!" Chapter 2. Brothers who still have monthly votes. Please support me. Chapter 315. Unstoppable. No one could stop Luo Tian's determination to kill Long Tian. No one could stop him, because Long Tian was the boss. He might be the only boss in this auction, because the man in the first private room didn't have the slightest bit of golden light on his body. This meant that he wasn't a boss, at least not for now. Playing games was all about excitement. Playing games was fun. Facing a dying boss, how could one not kill him? Even if the uncle could endure it, the aunt couldn't help but want to pounce on him. Therefore, Luo Tian completely ignored the pressure of the middle-aged man, who was like an ancient fierce wolf, and unscrupulously slashed down with a sword. This slash directly split Long Tian's body into 2 halves. Instant kill. At this moment, the middle-aged man's palm slammed down. The demonic flames that had soared tens of thousands of meters instantly disappeared, and the huge force directly sent Luo Tian flying hundreds of meters away, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Rumble, rumble. A thunderous sound rang out. Kulei's face changed drastically. His body slightly bent, and his face turned pale. He couldn't withstand this pressure at all. Just a little bit of it affected him, and he couldn't withstand it. His sea of consciousness seemed to be squeezed dry in an instant. The rainbow-colored sacred screen on the elf woman's body instantly extinguished, and her body trembled slightly. The vice president of the Tao Commerce Alliance, Dragon King, the strongest realm of the profound sage realm. Once he makes a move, that brat will definitely die. No one can withstand the attack of a profound sage-level powerhouse. What a pity that kid, sigh. Very strong, very strong. Martial artists below the profound sage realm were nothing to him. Even if Luo Tian transformed into the Demon Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to resist. The gap between his strength and that of the Dragon King was too big. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. There was no comparison at all. The Dragon King was incomparably furious. His attack contained holy power. Looking at the corpse of his own brother, his expression became even more furious. In the ruins, dead silence, and Chun stood up silently and stared at the Dragon King. Her voice was tender but full of anger as she said, "You killed my brother Luo Tian. I want you to die too. No one is allowed to hurt my brother Luo Tian. No one is allowed." And Chun's body began to change. The number of tails behind her gradually increased. Chun, don't. Chun, don't. Don't let it out. Don't let it out. And Chun's body was covered in a thin layer of pink light. Her ears were pointed, and 3 shallow marks appeared on her cheeks. These slight changes made her look like a fox. Divine power began to surge out of her body. That kind of powerful, invincible divine power. The Dragon King's face was calm. He looked at Chun and laughed excitedly. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, release it to your heart's content. Release the most mysterious and powerful force in your body." Ha ha ha! And Chun's power made him excited. At this moment, in the ruins, Luo Tian did not move. He looked at the sky and waited quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Long Tian for obtaining 5 million experience. 500,000 profound GS. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 Divine Dragon Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heaven's opening key. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level. Xian King Stage 6. 5 million experience. 500,000 profound Chi S. A boss was a boss. Just the experience alone was enough to make a mess. After leveling up, Luo Tian laughed. Luo Tian was not injured at all. All the wounds on his body had healed. The pain in his sea of consciousness, mind, internal organs, and every part of his body had disappeared. The profound Chi S, health points, everything had recovered to full. It was because he had leveled up. Walala! Luo Tian stood up, the gravel and dust on his body fell off, and he crawled out of the deep pit. He was still standing there arrogantly. His face was filled with an excited smile. He didn't die. This brat actually didn't die. Oh my God, what kind of body does he have? Even a demon god of the profound king realm would not be able to withstand the attack of a profound sage. What kind of background does this brat have? Not only is he not dead, there is also no trace of damage on his body. Could it be that the Dragon King's attack just now was completely useless against him? What's going on? The Dragon King's face darkened as he frowned and coldly shouted, "Not dead!" It was also at this moment, and Chen Chen's mysterious divine power suddenly retracted, her face beaming with joy, but her tears still fell uncontrollably, and she said loudly, "Big brother Luo Tian, you scared me to death. I was really worried about you." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, even if he dies, I won't die." The Dragon King glared and sneered. Arrogant? In my opinion, you are just courting death. Luo Tian walked up and said, "Courting death? One day, I will make you kneel at my feet. Don't think that you are so great just because you have cultivated for a few more years. If you have the guts, give me 10 years, and I will make you kneel in front of me after 10 years. Unbridled, without the slightest fear. Demon Emperor Xingtian would not feel fear in front of anyone. Even in front of the heavens, he was still arrogant, and disregarded everything. The Dragon King laughed mockingly and said, "You want to use this method to provoke me? Why should I give you 10 years? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask me to give you 10 years? He was not provoked at all. Luo Tian did not care and said, "You can't even kill me with one move as a profound sage. What face do you have to stay here? If I were a profound sage, you would have already died tens of thousands of times, and you still have the nerve to stay here. If it were me, I would just dig a hole and hide in it." The Dragon King was angry. His failure to kill Luo Tian in one move had indeed made him very unhappy. For a profound sage to kill a martial artist who was not at the profound king realm in one move was an insult to any profound sage powerhouse. At this time, Luo Tian's face suddenly sank, and his body quickly distorted and transformed. This feeling was very unpleasant, as if his demon heart was struggling. Luo Tian's face also became ferocious. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Tian returned to his human form. The Dragon King laughed. He mocked out loudly, "That great skill of yours must have a time limit, right? You can't even use those legendary weapons on your body in your human form, right? Ha ha ha. Ant, you're not even comparable to an ant. Ha ha ha." 10 minutes were up. The time to enter the demonic state was over. The arrogance of the Demon Emperor also disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart sank, but the arrogance on his face did not weaken at all. Instead, became even stronger. Now die for me." The Dragon King gently stretched out a finger. The power of a profound sage rolled out. Luo Tian was in danger, his life hanging by a thread. Chapter 316. The Dragon King's fingertips moved slightly. A ray of holy energy appeared. He pointed at Luo Tian, as if he was looking at an ant with contempt. In the eyes of the Dragon King, Luo Tian was even smaller than an ant. At this moment, Luo Tian did not move at all, his eyes staring straight at the Dragon King. Staring straight at him. He could not make any reaction. He did not have any power that could be compared to the Holy Spirit, and any reaction he made would be superfluous. I won't allow you to hurt big brother Luo Tian. And Chen Chen stood in front of Luo Tian, both of her hands extended, as if she wanted to stop the Dragon King. Luo Tian gently pushed Chen Chen away and said in a low voice, Chen Chen, be good, be obedient in the future. You must be happy. Big brother Luo Tian likes to see you smile the most. You must smile forever. Last words? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, after you die, I will obtain the power in her body and send her down to see you, as well as her mother. The Demon Fox clan living in this world is also a burden. It's good that they die, so they don't have to be playthings for humans. The Dragon King said coldly. Luo Tian's sharp gaze slightly scattered and said, Can you let the two of them go? Beg me. Kneel on the ground and beg me. Maybe I'll be happy and satisfy your request. The Dragon King looked at Luo Tian with a playful expression and laughed excitedly. He thought it was fun. It had never been so fun. Looking at Luo Tian's calm face, he was actually in incomparable pain in his heart. The Dragon King liked to see this kind of pain and laughed arrogantly again. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. Maybe I will be merciful and let the two of them go. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King and said, If I kneel down and kowtow to you, will you let them go? Although he did not believe in the Dragon King, he really had no other choice. Cultivation. Strength. The difference between the two of them was too great. After the magic transformation time ended, Luo Tian knew that he had no hope at all. However, he hoped that Chen Chen could live on happily. At the very least, he wanted her to live on. For this little lowly of the Demon Fox race, for her innocent and cute smile, for his unfulfilled promise, he had to pay the price, using his own life in exchange for it. But he realized that his life was worthless to the Dragon King. The unwillingness in his heart, the anger in his heart, everything that was suppressed in his heart, the true dragon Sun Morong Wanjian, Lishuer from Soul Palace, the Cloud Sea Sect, the Southern Mountain Sect, and Skyplume City, all of these things gave Luo Tian a boundless pressure. He was a transmigrator. In the 1 year since he came to this world, he had created countless miracles. His name was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Although it would soon be forgotten, this period of time was the happiest period of his 2 lifetimes. He was accompanied by his life and death brothers. He had a lover for himself, a woman he liked, and a woman who liked him. All of these were things that he couldn't have in his previous life. And Chen Chen's, Feng Lei's, and the others' lives, Luo Tian wouldn't hesitate at all. He believed that the Dragon King wouldn't let Chen Chen off, but there was still a trace of hope in his heart, a hope in despair. He hoped that the Dragon King would spare their lives. The Dragon King laughed arrogantly and said, Kneel down and beg me. Kneel down, and if I'm happy, I'll naturally satisfy you. By the way, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you've become a dead dog? Ha ha ha! Luo Tian's face was calm as he looked at the Dragon King and bent his knees slightly. And Chen Chen pulled Luo Tian and said, Big brother Luo Tian, don't kneel. The Demon Fox woman in the box continued to attack the glass box, shouting nonstop. Luo Tian chuckled, gently pushed in Chen Chen's scattered hair behind her ear and said, For you guys, even if I die, I won't frown. Finished. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King and said, I hope you can keep your promise. He knelt down heavily. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, why am I so happy? Why am I so excited? Ha ha ha. The moment Luo Tian had not completely knelt down, the Dragon King laughed, wildly, incomparably excited. Dragon King, that's enough. Suddenly, a force supported Luo Tian's knees. A white figure descended, directly landing beside Luo Tian, and said faintly, Child, it's been hard on you. The white-haired old man in the National Treasury, Tang Qing Tian, at the broken door of the venue. Tang Jiu, wiped the sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "I finally made it." Behind him, outside the venue, 100,000 Imperial Guards, 100,000 Black Dragon Army. It formed an incomparably huge killing array. Luo Tian tilted his head to look at Tang Qingtian, smiled slightly, and said, "Senior." Tang Qingtian interrupted Luo Tian's words and immediately reprimanded him. "Dragon King, you really think the Heavenly Sword City is your home? How dare you act so presumptuously in my territory? Even if your president Wu Tongtian comes, he will still have to give me some face." The Dragon King's gaze darkened, his expression darkened, and he coldly shouted, "Tang Qingtian, for Xian King martial artist, you have to consider carefully. Without my Dao Commerce Alliance, your Tang dynasty will be at war in less than 10 years. You have to think carefully. I miss your grandmother's chest. If you don't leave the Heaven Sword City today, then you'll never be able to leave." Tang Qingtian's voice was very soft, but it exploded in the sky with incomparable ferocity. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Tang Qingtian was extremely arrogant. He did not put the Dragon King in his eyes at all. The Dragon King's expression changed drastically. The muscles at the corner of his eyes trembled slightly, and he said in displeasure, "Tang Qingtian, aren't you being too arrogant?" "Damn it, I'm so arrogant. Are you going to bite me? Are you going to bite me or not? If you're not going to bite me, then go back to your heavenly palace. If you dare to come to the Heaven Sword City again, I'll break your third leg." Tang Qingtian shouted arrogantly. He really did not put the Dragon King in his eyes at all, fiercely waiting for the Dragon King. The Dragon King clenched his fists tightly, and the saint power in his body surged out. Tang Qingtian sneered, "Oh, you still dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Your father could only bow and scrape in front of me back then. A little brat dares to release his saint power in front of me. Didn't your father teach you how to behave?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Qingtian moved his right palm, releasing an extremely domineering imperial qi, and slapped down fiercely. Slap. A heavy slap. The Dragon King could not dodge it. His cheek was red and swollen. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became even uglier. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Tang Qingtian. "You still dare to stare at me?" With that, Tang Qingtian slapped him again. Slap. His left cheek was also red and swollen. The Dragon King did not have the slightest ability to resist. He could not even vent his anger. He was completely crushed. Tang Qingtian was extremely sharp. Chapter 4. There's another chapter tonight. Everyone, if you have a monthly vote, then vote for Old Cow. I really need it. Chapter 3:17. 2 consecutive slaps. It was very heavy and forceful. The Dragon King saw stars, but he didn't lose his temper at all. He didn't even dare to dodge. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't dare to dodge, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with horror. He didn't expect that he, a 5th-level profound sage, couldn't even move in front of Tang Qingtian. Just how terrifying was his cultivation. The 2 consecutive slaps made him incomparably angry. However, he couldn't vent his anger. His body was completely suppressed. Even if he tried, he couldn't break through. He could only stare at Tang Qingtian and clench his teeth. He was very unconvinced. Tang Qingtian pointed at the Dragon King's nose and shouted, "Damn it, why don't you try glaring at me again? Do you believe that I'll slap you again?" A profound sage bullying a profound king. How can you do such a thing? Didn't your father teach you that? Oh, I forgot that your damn father is no longer in this world. Then I'll teach you these 2 slaps on his behalf. Tang Qingtian didn't give the Dragon King any face. The Dragon King couldn't lose his temper in front of him. Tang Qingtian looked at Luo Tian and said, "Kid, do you have anything else to say?" Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Tang Qingtian to be so awesome. Seeing the Dragon King get slapped twice in a row, it felt so good. It was just that he couldn't hit him himself. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King and said without hiding anything, "I want to kill him." Huh. Tang Qingtian was slightly shocked and thought to himself, "This kid? Damn it, he's too fierce, ha ha ha." The Dragon King stared at Luo Tian with his eyes wide open. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. He smiled coldly and said, "I know I can't kill you with my current cultivation, but don't worry, I'll definitely trample you under my feet within 10 years. At that time, I'll wash away the shame of today and kill you." It was an absolute suppression of strength. For and Chen Chen, for Feng Lei, for his brother, Luo Tian chose to kneel. Although, in the end, he didn't kneel down, but he remembered this moment in his heart. He remembered the Dragon King's proud and arrogant mouth. If Luo Tian really wanted to kill the Dragon King, he would really offend the Dao Trade Alliance. Tang Qingtian was also in the middle. Although he leaned towards Luo Tian, he had the Tang dynasty behind him, which had tens of thousands of years of history. He had to consider it. When he heard Luo Tian's words, he secretly relaxed. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Brat, you're crazy enough." Breaking through from the profound monarch realm to the profound sage realm in 10 years is something that has never happened in the tens of thousands of years of the profound sky continent's history. However, I think highly of you. Never. However, Tang Qingtian believed in Luo Tian, because nothing was impossible when it came to him. A mystic emperor killing a peak mystic, venerable, rank powerhouse. A profound monarch realm cultivator actually cultivated the devil race's supreme cultivation technique and transformed into a devil. Furthermore, it was the body of the devil emperor Xingtian. If his cultivation was raised to the profound sage realm, then Tang Qingtian's heart tightened. He couldn't help but become excited. He really wanted to see that day come. The Dragon King laughed disdainfully. Tang Qingtian immediately became angry. He pointed at the Dragon King's nose and said, "You King laugh again. What kind of expression is that? Do you dare to accept the bet? Do you dare to accept the 10-year agreement?" The Dragon King still had a disdainful sneer on his face. He coldly snorted and said, "A trash like him wants to surpass me in 10 years? Tang Qingtian, I think you've become muddle-headed. You've lived for thousands of years in vain. You actually want to make such a bet with me. What qualifications does a trash like him have to challenge me? 10 years? Wanting to step into the sage realm in 10 years? Are you thinking too much? Or is his brain fried? Who on this continent can do it? Even the son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian, can't do it. He's just a brat who doesn't even have the power of a bloodline. He thinks that he's amazing just because he learned some high-grade cultivation techniques. He's delusional enough to make a promise of 10 years with me, not waiting for him to finish." Tang Qingtian slapped him. "Pa." Still unable to dodge, the Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Tang Qingtian and said fiercely, "Old thing, if you don't kill me today, I will definitely destroy your Tang dynasty and make your Tang family disappear from this continent." Tang Qingtian completely ignored him and shouted, "Don't King Blabberon, do you dare to accept this bet? If you win against this brat in 10 years, you don't need to come. I will immediately give the great Tang dynasty to your Dao Commerce Alliance." "How about it?" Luo Tian's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Old senior, you can't." Tang Qingtian ignored him and shouted, "Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't talk to me. Get out of Heaven's Sword City as soon as possible. If I see you in Heaven's Sword City again, I'll kill you." Using the entire great Tang dynasty as a bet. Wasn't this a little too much? The Dragon King laughed. "Ha ha ha!" He laughed loudly with an extremely excited expression and said, "Tang Qingtian, it seems like you've really gone senile. You're actually using the entire great Tang dynasty as a bet for this brat. All right, I'll agree to it. 10 years from now, prepare to give the great Tang dynasty to me. I'll kill everyone in the great Tang dynasty. I'll burn all the cities in the great Tang dynasty. I want this territory to be barren. I want the great Tang dynasty, which has stood for 10,000 years, to become the funniest joke in history. I want the great Tang dynasty to become a dead country for 10,000 years. Ha ha ha! Tang Qingtian's face shook slightly. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "As long as you win, you can do anything you want. However, if you lose, ha ha ha! I'll lose to such a trash? Tang Qingtian, you'll definitely lose this time. Just wait and see." The Dragon King's face was full of disdain. Tang Qingtian's expression was very calm as he said, "Within 10 years, if your Dao Commerce Alliance dares to touch a single strand of his hair, it means that you, the Dragon King, are afraid. It also means that you've lost. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay anything if you lose. But you'll be ridiculed by all the warriors on the continent because a sage, realm powerhouse is afraid of a mystic king powerhouse. Humph. If you want to protect him for 10 years, I'll give you 10 years. Within 10 years, my Dao Commerce Alliance will definitely not touch a single strand of hair on him and the people around him." The Dragon King was very clear that if his people really touched Luo Tian, he would no longer have the face to continue living on this continent. 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. No matter how talented Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to step into the profound sage realm. If he couldn't step into the profound sage realm, he would definitely not be his opponent. The profound sage realm had holy power, and this kind of power could crush all powerhouses below the profound sage realm. Tang Qingtian shouted in a deep voice, "All right, now you can get out of Heaven's Sword City." He retracted his power. The Dragon King's body relaxed, and he turned to look coldly at Luo Tian, mocking, "Brat, I hope you'll still be alive after 10 years. As soon as his voice faded, the Dragon King turned into a stream of light and instantly flew out of Heaven's Sword City, and in the blink of an eye he was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It was also at this time Tang Qingtian's body sank, and his face turned pale. Bai Qi came, as if he had aged by dozens of years in an instant. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 5. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support Old Bull. Many brothers say that Old Bull updates slowly. This month, I've updated 131 chapters, close to 280,000 words. This is something that many books can achieve in a month. Old Bull is really working hard, really using his life to fight. Both of my arms are pasted with painkillers, and my thumbs often cramp. I don't want to complain. I just want to let everyone know about this situation. I hope that everyone can take your time to read. Old Bull will definitely do his best to update. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes, subscriptions, and generous rewards. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Chapter 318. Tang Qingtian was in the profound sage realm. He was able to suppress the Dragon King, not because his cultivation was much higher, but because he was using his own life force. This was a secret technique that overdrew one's life force. The Dragon King's body suddenly sank, and a layer of wrinkles appeared on his face. It was as if he had suddenly aged a few decades. And Chun Chun looked at Tang Qingtian and walked forward. She supported him with one hand and comforted him. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Tang Qingtian stroked and Chun Chun's forehead and said, "Don't worry, I can still bear this ability. I won't die." Luo Tian frowned. He couldn't say a word. He didn't know how to say it. A person who is willing to bet an entire country for you in exchange for 10 years of peace. All heaven had no way to repay this kind of person, no matter what. From now on, the Tang Empire was a part of his life. Deep in his heart, Luo Tian placed the Tang Empire in a very important position. Of course, Tang Qingtian was gambling. The gamble was very big, and he didn't even hesitate to bet the entire Tang Empire. He was helping Luo Tian, but he was also helping himself and the Tang Empire. His selfishness was to tie Luo Tian and the Tang Empire together. Now he did it. Luo Tian was indeed tied to the Tang Empire. Not only was he tied together, but he was also handing the future of the Tang Empire to Luo Tian. Defeating the Dragon King in 10 years was an impossible battle. Tang Qingtian's move was very dangerous, so dangerous that he was still a little scared. Luo Tian was indeed very special. His strength, his talent, everything about him was very special. However, breaking through from the profound king realm to the profound sage realm in just 10 years was impossible even in ancient times. No one had ever done it. The profound sage realm was the strongest, and every step was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult to pry into the secrets of heaven and obtain the saint power. However, Tang Qingtian still decided to gamble. He didn't regret his decision. Looking at Luo Tian, he gently smiled and said, "Boy, don't feel too much pressure. This old man believes in you. 10 years later, you will definitely defeat the Dragon King." Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Thank you." Luo Tian didn't say the word "thank you" often, but every time he said it, it was as heavy as gold. He engraved this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. Tang Qingtian smiled faintly. His face was a little pale. Then he said, "I'll leave first. I'll leave this to you." After that, his silhouette vanished, and he instantly returned to the secret chamber in the royal palace. He coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Tang Qingtian frowned. A golden sovereign qi surged from his body. The sovereign qi surrounded his body and healed his injuries. The overdraft of his life essence made him, an old man who had lived for thousands of years, look even older. Luo Tian placed Feng Lei, Xianyuan Yi, and Blind Lu together. Feng Lei had a smile on his face. The blood on his face had congealed into a black color, like a thick layer of armor. Boss, did we win?" Xianyuan Yi also smiled brightly and said, "Brother Fatty, you still have the strength to speak? It's better to save it." Blind Lu also laughed. The wings on his body had already retracted. He grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said, "Brothers, do you want me, Blind Lu, to play a song for you?" Scram! Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The four of them laughed at the same time. Luo Tian laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Under his sleeves, he clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, "It's good to have brothers." If they hadn't blocked Chi Fu for him, he probably wouldn't have been in this world anymore. Life and death together. Luo Tian was extremely touched, and Chen Chun stood at the side and laughed as well. However, she still couldn't stop her tears from coming out. "Brother Fatty, Brother Xianyuan, Uncle Blind Lu, please don't talk anymore. You're all seriously injured. It's all Chuan's fault. It's all because of me that you guys are in this state. Brother Luo Tian, please hit me. Please hit my little butt. Boo-hoo!" And Chen Chun started crying. Like a child, she started bawling. Luo Tian's heart ached when he saw this. Before he could say anything, Tang Tang and Qinyu woke up and shouted, "Who wants to hit Chuan's butt? I'm not done with him." The two of them stood up and looked at the mess around them. They saw Luo Tian covered in blood and Feng Lei, and the other two lying on the ground like corpses. Tang Tang and Qinyu, his expressions changed immediately. They bit their lips and tears flowed down their cheeks. "It's all our fault for not being obedient. If we hadn't come to the auction, none of this would have happened. It's all our fault." The two girls started blaming themselves. Luo Tian walked up and hugged the two of them in his embrace. They sobbed softly in his embrace. Luo Tian patted their backs and said, "It's all right, it's all right. It's all in the past now. From this day forth, I'll definitely not let something like this happen again. I swear." He consoled them. Luo Tian did not stay any longer. He squatted down and looked at Fatty. "Don't move now. Let me clean up your wounds." His mind jolted. The healing spell was cast. The holy radiance shone down as Feng Lei's body trembled slightly. His wounds started to heal. However, the process of healing was somewhat painful, causing him to open his eyes slightly. "Bear with it." Luo Tian's heart sank as he swore in his heart, Dragon King. I don't even need 10 years to F***CK over your outer heavens palace. The healing spells were cast one after another. It was a frenzied cast. Without stopping for a single moment, Luo Tian was like a madman. Other than their consciousness and mental states that the healing spells could not heal, all the other external wounds and internal organs were healing rapidly. Their complexions were gradually recovering as well, gradually turning rosy. 2 hours later, the three of them had already sat up. Luo Tian was panting heavily. His Xian Qi was completely depleted. Raising his head, he swallowed another 100 upper-grade Xian stones. His Xian Qi was recovering rapidly. At this moment, and Chun Chun was sprawled in front of a glass box. Both her hands were pressed against the glass box. The demon fox race woman was pressed against it as well. Their gazes met, and both of them smiled. Their smiles were beautiful, extremely beautiful. Tang Tang and Qin Yu, who were beside them, were dumbfounded. So beautiful! So beautiful! I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. I've never seen such a beautiful smile before. Both Tang Tang and Qin Yu could be considered as heavenly beauties that could topple countries and cities. However, compared to Chuan's mother, they could not be compared at all. They could not help but be attracted to her. At the same time, the two of them looked at each other and smiled as they muttered in a relaxed manner. To think that we would like such a great beauty just by looking at her. Let's take her in as well. Luo Tian walked up and glared at them. What are you two muttering about? She isn't Chun Chun's mother. Immediately after, Luo Tian's expression changed as he said, Chun Chun, move aside. I want to save your mother. His heart started to tense up. What would the reward of an S-rank mission be? 100,000 favorability points? Wow. A new day, a new week. Old Cow needs recommendation votes for support. Requesting recommendation votes. Monthly votes. There are still 4 chapters to be updated in the afternoon. Brothers, be more ferocious. Chapter 319. S-rank mission. Finally, it was time to complete it. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Luo Tian began to feel nervous. Looking at the glass box, Luo Tian gestured for the demon fox woman to retreat. Then he opened his right hand and said in a deep voice, Eternal Kingdom! Buzz! A dark light shot out. It instantly enveloped the glass box. Tang Tang's brows twitched as she said infatuatedly, Stinky Lou, Gangster, you're so handsome. You even know a spatial cultivation technique. Qin Yu chuckled and said, There are a lot of things in the Dead Man's Guild. Didn't Senior Brother tell you about it? Ninth Brother? What did he say? About what he experienced in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. That's where the dead man saved us. He also cultivated a spatial cultivation technique there. He's the idol that Ninth Brother mentioned? Tang Tang's cheeks puffed up as she clenched her fists tightly. She pretended to be angry and said, Humph, Ninth Brother, watch how I'll deal with you when we get back. Stinky Lou, no wonder you've always been so mysterious. It turns out that you've already seen through me. I even said that Ninth Brother's idol would beat him until his teeth fell out. I'm the only fool. Huh. Qin Yu was stunned and laughed. In the Eternal Kingdom, Luo Tian was in control of everything. With a move of his right hand, he punched the glass box heavily. The glass box exploded. However, the glass fragments did not fly out. In this space, Luo Tian was the ruler. He could control everything in this space. After blasting open the glass, Luo Tian said, Below are the rune chains on your neck and legs. Don't move. The demon fox woman nodded her head cooperatively and said, Okay, thank you. Her voice was very soft. It was very pleasing to the ears. Luo Tian's bones were about to melt. This voice was too enchanting. Luo Tian could not control himself. Fortunately, his mind was firm. Otherwise, he would have lost control. In a flash, Luo Tian's 2 attacks shattered the runic chains, following which He hugged the demon fox woman. At the moment when he hugged her, she didn't resist at all. Instead, she was extremely cooperative. Her soft and boneless body almost melted Luo Tian in his embrace. This feeling, Luo Tian, was indescribable. It was as if he had ascended to the heavens. Time passed in Eternal Kingdom. Shards of glass flew, and rune chains exploded. Luo Tian used his body to completely block the shock wave. So handsome. He's so handsome that it's a mess. This damned ghost really didn't disappoint me, hee. In Luo Tian's embrace, the demon fox woman's eyes were also in a daze. She could smell the sweat on Luo Tian's body and the faint smell of blood. She could feel the maturity and steadiness of a man. His chest could shelter you from the wind and rain, protecting you for the rest of your life. At this moment, she was also a little dazed. Luo Tian didn't feel anything else, but the killing intent below his crotch was about to reach the heavens, enough to break the heavens. Calm down, calm down. Luo Tian, you beast. She is in Chun Chun's presence. You have to calm down. Mom! And Chun Chun immediately pounced on him. Luo Tian also took the opportunity to relax. The demon fox woman squatted down and hugged Chun Chun tightly in her embrace. Tears flowed down her face. The mother and daughter both started crying. The crying made everyone's heart ache. After a short while, the demon fox woman stood up, bowed to Luo Tian, and said in an extremely gentle voice, Thank you, hero, for taking care of Chun Chun in every possible way. Thank you, hero, for saving my life. If the hero doesn't mind, I am willing at this moment. Luo Tian didn't listen to the rest of the words. Right now, all of his mental strength was focused on the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the S-level quest. Saving Chun Chun's mother. The reward is 1 million experience points and 100,000 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a random Earth level cultivation method. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 100,000 points of Chun Chun's favorability. There was a light sound, and Chun Chun's body emitted a holy light that only Luo Tian could see. The light scattered on Luo Tian's body. At this moment, the system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blessing of the goddess of luck. Luck value plus 100. How much? Luo Tian was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly and immediately opened the system to check. He found that there was an additional attribute in his personal attribute pane. Luck value 100. Holy SH asterisk T. This is F asterisk King heaven defying. Luo Tian was excited, his blood was boiling, his entire body seemed to be burning, and he roared in his heart. I knew it. I knew that 100,000 points of favorability would definitely have a special use. 100 points of luck value. How powerful am I? Even killing a chicken can produce a holy artifact. This is 2F asterisk King awesome. So awesome that I can't believe it. Luck value. Every game had a different explanation, but there was one thing that was common. It was that it could increase the player's drop rate. The higher the luck value, the more extreme the item would be dropped. For example, there were tens of billions of chickens in the world. If one of them ate a divine artifact while they were eating, then if their luck was full, they could kill any one of them and it would drop. This was the strength of the luck attribute. Moreover, not only did it increase the drop rate, it also increased the attack, defense, and even one's charm. 100 points of luck value was at its maximum. This was definitely a heaven-defying attribute. Luo Tian was so excited that he almost couldn't take it. This reward is simply not even an SSS-level mission. It's too heaven-defying, ha ha ha. System, I love you so much. Actually, this was inseparable from Luo Tian's care for Chun Chun, and Chun Chun's heart was filled with the things that happened this year. Many times, Luo Tian was furious for Chun Chun. Not long ago, when facing the Invincible Dragon King, Luo Tian even used his own life to exchange for Chen Chun's life. And Chen Chun's heart was filled with these things. Her mysterious divine power was also moved by his actions. So, by the time Luo Tian rescued her mother, the accumulation of God power had already reached its peak. 100,000 points of favorability brought 100 points of luck value. Luo Tian naturally didn't know this, and Chen Chun didn't know either. This was because she didn't know how to control that divine power herself. Luo Tian suddenly remembered what Ghost Dragon said before he died. Take care of Chen Chun. She will help you. She has a powerful force that can bring you to the peak of this world. At this moment, Luo Tian began to gradually understand the meaning of the sentence. 100 points of luck value. Holy artifact, and even primordial artifact are not a problem. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic, his face flushed red. It was also at this moment. Qi knew or stared at Luo Tian and said, Dead man, do you agree or not? Say something. Luo Tian didn't know what she was talking about, so he didn't think too much about it and nodded. Agree. It was also at this moment that Daji's face turned red. Chapter 2. Recommendation tickets, brothers. This is free, it's all free. Help me up the ranks. The old cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 320. A month later. This month was the easiest month for Luo Tian since he came to this world. He practiced cultivation methods every day. He increased the proficiency of cultivation methods that could be improved. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones were also used up, and there were not many demon cores left. It had to be said, cultivating a cultivation method really consumed a lot of Xian Qi points. It could easily consume a few thousand points. Only Luo Tian could afford it. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Only a tycoon like him would eat profound stones like candy and attribute demon cores like rice. Many people in the palace saw this, and their hearts trembled. Was this person rich? Boom! Luo Tian dripped a drop of blood essence on the dragon egg. The blood essence fell. The dragon egg trembled slightly and emitted a burst of red light. Finally, it quieted down and lay there motionless. There's still a month left. He will hatch in a month. I don't know what this dragon looks like. I hope it's like the dragon god of Huaxia. If it's a 4-legged lizard, then... Luo Tian muttered to himself. When the dragon egg of the ghost Forbidden Land released an incomparably powerful force to protect him, it was like a meat grinder that strangled the black dragon. It was instantly killed, and its flesh and blood were devoured bit by bit. That kind of power was terrifying, just thinking about it. It was also because of him. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have died at the hands of the black dragon. Thinking of the black dragon, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, and he spat out 3 words coldly. Li Wenzong. Dragon head. Blind Lu walked up in a hurry and said, As you expected, the Skynet killer at the auction was indeed invited by Li Wenzong for 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones. As expected, Luo Tian's face darkened. He secretly clenched his fists and said slightly, Does Ninth Brother know about this? He should know now, Blind Lu said. Then, Blind Lu said again, Dragonhead, Li Wenzong has sent assassins to deal with us one after another. Should we? Blind Lu made a gesture of touching his neck. Luo Tian was silent for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and said, Let's wait a few days and see what the Emperor's attitude is. If Tang Qingtian had not helped him, if not for Tang Zhanlong's help, if not for his relationship with Tang Tang and Tang Jiu, Luo Tian would have killed his way to the Prime Minister's residence in an instant and killed everyone in the Li family. If it was in the past, he would have really done this. However, things were different now. He owed the Tang Empire a lot. Li Wenzong was the father-in-law of the Tang Empire and the leader of the civil officials. If he wanted to kill Li Wenzong, he had to consider Tang Zhanlong's feelings. After all, Tang Zhanlong was the emperor of this country. If he wanted to kill his prime minister, Shouldn't he at least inform him? Prince Consort, His Majesty wants you to see him in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. A messenger eunuch walked into the small courtyard and said respectfully to Luo Tian. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled politely. I'll be right there. It was unknown whether the little eunuch had received someone's instructions or whether he also worshipped Luo Tian, but he softly reminded. Prime Minister, Li is complaining about you. You have to be careful. He said a lot of bad things about you. Huh. Luo Tian was secretly annoyed and secretly said in his heart, You dog, I didn't find trouble with you, but you came to find trouble with me. Blind Lu immediately said, Dragonhead, do you want to call everyone? Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, What's the point of calling so many people? To have a group fight? Blind Lu grinned, revealing 2 big yellow teeth. He scratched his head and said, The more people, the more morale. We'll scare him to death, hee, Luo Tian said. To deal with the Li Wenzong, I alone am enough. You stay here. Don't tell them where I went. It's a good opportunity to go out for a stroll. I still have a lot of things to do. There were really a lot of things to do. The location of the ancient secret treasure was more or less confirmed. This was all thanks to Frenzied Blade, who had studied the ancient scroll day and night. Furthermore, Long Tian had dropped a key called the Key of Heaven. When Frenzied Blade saw this key, he immediately unraveled the fog on the ancient scroll. From that moment on, he also knew the location of the ancient secret treasure. After the battle in the Ghost Forbidden Land, Frenzied Blade's primordial spirit was severely injured, and he only recovered after resting for more than half a day. Luo Tian felt that he owed Frenzied Blade, and in his heart he was also looking for an opportunity to condense Frenzied Blade's body. This way he would not implicate Frenzied Blade when he was injured. Understood. Dragonhead, take care. Blind Lu said with a smile. Luo Tian said to the little eunuch, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. The little eunuch was a little flattered and hurriedly walked forward. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Wenzong knelt on the ground, revealing a look of deep hatred, and said, Your Majesty, if we don't get rid of this thief, there will be trouble in the future. The old ancestor used the entire Tang dynasty as bet. How could this kid only break through the profound sage realm in 10 years? It's because of him that we became enemies with the Cloud Ocean sect. This time we provoked the South Mountain sect and almost beat up young Master Tianyu of the Skyplume City. That's not all. Now, we even offended the Dao Commerce Alliance. This kid is a disaster for our Tang dynasty. This old minister will die to persuade your Majesty to invite the experts to get rid of this thief, send his body to the Outer Sky Palace, and hang his head in the Sky Sword City to announce to the world that we have repaired our relationship with the Cloud Ocean sect, the South Mountain sect, and the Skyplume City. Tang Zhanlong did not say anything, nor did he have any expression. He just quietly listened to Li Wenzong. Li Wenzong saw that Tang Zhanlong did not say anything, and said, This old minister knows about his engagement with Princess Chongping, and it's because of this that we should not let him live. We cannot let Princess Chongping wander around with him and be hunted down everywhere. Your Majesty, if you don't want to do it, this old minister can do it for you. Oh! Luo Tian walked into the hall, smiled faintly, and then saluted the emperor but did not kneel down. Are you going to invite the Heaven's Net assassins to kill me again? Tang Zhanlong chuckled. Li Wenzong's eyes flashed with anger. Pointing at Luo Tian's nose, he cursed, You disgraceful thing! You still don't kneel when you see His Majesty. Do you know what kind of crime this is? Deceiving the monarch and offending his superiors. I can even kill your entire family. Li Wenzong, I'm really scared. You want to kill my entire family? You're too ruthless. Luo Tian stepped forward, smiling faintly. Tang Zhanlong stood up, yawned, and said, Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Mei Lan is still waiting for me to play landlord. Boy, this landlord game you invented is really too interesting, ha ha ha. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Li Wenzong crawled up on his knees, anxiously saying, "Hurry up and give the order to kill him." Tang Zhanlong laughed, laughing at Li Wenzong's ignorance. "You think too highly of yourself. I'm very clear about the things you've done. Luo Tian not killing your entire family is already giving you enough face, yet you still don't know the difference between life and death, running here to complain. Do you know why I called him here? He's here to kill you.